All right, so let's just go ahead and jump into it. So go ahead and get yourself comfortable. We're going to move into a meditation here. You can turn that off. So whether you're sitting up or laying down, just go ahead, and when you're ready, you can close your eyes and just focus at the seat of the soul. In case there's anybody new here, what we reference as the seat of the soul, sometimes been referred to as the spiritual eye or the third eye, that upper room, the place that's above the eyebrows, in the center and the top of the head. So just begin to focus the attention here. It just helps to close the eyes, to let go of any outer distractions. And it helps just to relax into this place of focus, where you just allow your attention to gather here. And obviously the thing we want to do here is have a clear intention. And that intention here that we practice is loving God and allowing God to love us. And through this, we move into our spiritual awakening, knowing our oneness with God and truly fulfilling all those karmic lessons through those experiences we're really here to have. This is both a journey of liberation and a journey of fulfillment, freedom, and joy of awakening and return back into the oneness with God. So just have the clarity of that intention as we continue to go deeper within. No need to try to let go of the thoughts and feelings, but rather let's focus. We focus on the inner light and the sound of God's loving. And then we give the mind something to do by giving it the sacred name of God to focus upon, to chant and to sing, so that it builds the power of loving. And this will automatically draw the emotions inwards and upwards as well. For as we hold our attention at the seat of the soul, it is an upwards motion, an upwards movement that draws all that within us inwards and upwards to the seat of the soul, so that all that is of God's loving within our consciousness that we have placed down and out is drawn inwards and upwards back to its source of origin. Right at the seat of the soul, that point of loving in which we, who we truly are, resides in this physical body. So just allow that loving to be drawn inwards and upwards, and begin to visualize, or just allow the inner eye to open, where you can begin to see that inner light of spirit, often appearing as a golden white, or a purple, or maybe even a blue or pink. So if that light is not present, just begin to visualize that inner radiant light. We call this the light of the radiant form of the spiritual teacher, or that which is God's loving in motion, otherwise known as the Holy Spirit, the audible life stream that is both sound and light. And in this action of liberation, it often appears as a purple light. So if you want to visualize, you can visualize a purple light. And this begins to draw the attention of the mind. So just begin to visualize or see this inner purple light. Just focusing the mind. And pay attention that notice as you focus, the thoughts just tend to drop away. because we're giving the mind a place to put its attention. And this attention is on God's loving. So even if you don't see an inner light, or if you're not one who visualizes very well, you may be more of a feeler or a knower, auditory. If you don't see or visualize, then just begin to feel and know that inner divine presence of God's loving. Often it is felt on the top of the head and the forehead. So just allow yourself to be aware of any sensations, like pressures, any movements on the top of the head and forehead. And as you focus into it, you may even notice it move down through your body. Because once we give God's loving attention, we open that door within us to allow God's light and sound to move in us and around us. And so just have that as an intention as well, of just opening and receiving that light and sound of God's loving to just fill you, to surround you, every level of your consciousness, right into the physical body and around the body, and even flowing over into situations and circumstances, peoples and places in your life. So much like a fountain, see that loving just overflowing from your body, moving out into your physical universe. And just allow this light to continue filling you inwards now, your imagination. Just allowing this light of loving to fill all your fantasies or romantasies, all those things you hope for or wish for, your desires and wants and needs. Just allow God's loving to move into all these areas within the imagination. It is literally just an opening and allowing with an intention of surrendering and letting go, and allowing God's loving into all these areas. And just allow God to do what God does. No need to control it. Just simply opening and allowing, having clarity of intention, and just surrendering so that God's will can be done. And the same thing now into the emotions. Again, whether you see or feel or just know, or if it's simply just an intention, just to have that intention of allowing God's loving into your emotions, to bring peace and calm, to bring awakening and awareness, so that the emotions are filled with loving and joy and enthusiasm. You may even see it as a bright yellowish light, or any other colors. It's even been witnessed as fireworks inside, as that light of spirit begins to expand and literally burst within the emotions of celebration, of freedom, of joy. Where there's fulfillment on every level within us as the soul continues to be lifted upwards into the realm of mind now. Just allowing that light of loving to go into your thoughts, your belief systems, those mental patterns and habits, the rights and the wrongs, what you think is just or unjust, how you think things should be, how you view yourself and the world around you and others. Just allow that light of God's loving to go into all these areas. And sometimes in this level, that light of God's loving can be seen as a blue light. So if you're aware of that blue light, just allow it to literally permeate every thought, every belief. See it just blanketing the mind. This blue light is also the first level of the soul awakening and the coming into knowing of self at the top of the mind, sometimes referred to as Christ consciousness, cosmic consciousness, universal mind. This first level of true self-realization, of awakening to that spiritual essence within the physical creation of time and space, is the beginning of stepping into our freedom. As we continue that inner journey inwards and upwards through the etheric realm, that realm of the unconscious where there's nothing there. It's just a realm of darkness and nothingness. But yet even within this darkness and nothingness, there is that divine presence of God's loving. We just have to be willing to let go of everything below and allow our awareness to expand as that light of the Holy Spirit begins to lift us now. And all we have to do is surrender and allow God to bring us in and through this etheric realm. Just relax. And it is here that we begin to witness the greater action of the purple light or that violet ray of the Holy Spirit. For it is that essence of God's loving that the soul transverses upon this etheric realm, bringing us into those first stages of awakening and knowing of our divine self as soul. So just allow that violet light to lift you more into the truth of who you are as that child of God. As you may begin to see or feel or know that golden white light of the soul realm, as the purple light lifts us and begins to awaken us into the greater truth of who we are. Just fully surrender and allow yourself to be lifted. For this purple light is truly the hand of God lifting us and bringing us home into that greater purity of spirit back in the soul realm, where we begin to witness and know ourselves in the truth of who we are. So just allow that Holy Spirit to bring us into our own beingness, into that golden white light, and just allowing that loving to continue permeating every part of your beingness on every level, so that everything within you is awakened and bathed within this golden white light of your own soul's loving. And within here, just allow yourself to be. Peace, be still, and know that I am. And here you can begin to chant that sacred name of an initiation, or the Hu or Anahu, and just begin to share your loving with God from the truth of who you are, from your soul's beingness. So just inwardly or outwardly, if you wish to chant or sing the Hugh or Anna Hugh, you can begin to do that now as well, or chant silently inwardly with the sacred name. And so now, for the next period of time, we'll move into a time of silence as you continue merging more into that pure white light of spirit and singing the song of love as you chant and share your love with God and continue receiving God's loving for you. Just keep looking inwards and upwards, turning everything over to God, just releasing anything and everything that you've been holding within you. Just turn it over to God now. Release and let go. And truly let God take care of you, take care of whatever you've been holding on to. Just setting yourself free. Moving into true forgiveness and acceptance of yourself and all going on in your life. Just allowing it all to be surrendered into God's loving. So just keep letting go and letting God. And just be aware of that movement of loving within you. As you let go, be aware of that space that has opened up inside of you for God's loving to come in and fill. Just keep the door open and keep this process going. As things just come up inside of you, maybe things that have been buried deep down in the unconscious, just allow them to rise up and keep on going up as you give them to God. For it's all an upwards movement, all back towards God. Until eventually we release ourselves fully from every attachment, fear, judgment of any kind, allowing ourselves to be fully released and brought back home. So just surrender and allow God to bring you home. Just open up and also receive that which God has to give you, to share with you, and to fill you with loving. So just opening and receiving, just allowing everything to be. Just as you're ready, just allow yourself to just gradually move back to the seat of the soul, being aware of the body again, just coming present. As you keep that door open, allowing the spiritual action to take place. righty. Let's see what we're going to share or talk about today. Still waiting.
Well, I can start if you'd like.
Sure, if you want.
Sure.
Okay, here we go.
So I'll go ahead and share. This morning earlier, I meditated for quite a while, and then again just now. And the meditation I started with this morning kind of continued on into this recent one. And it was a very interesting meditation. I've always wondered kind of where I started with LAF, loving, accepting, and forgiving. And I've never really been able to pinpoint it as to where that really began in my life. And so this morning, very early this morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, I was meditating, and suddenly I was back in my childhood. And at 3 years old, I came down with polio. And I was sitting outside in the backyard and wondering why I had to have polio. It was limiting me a lot. It affected my whole right side. I had a hard time getting up and trying to walk. And I was having to be fitted for a brace. And I had just gotten home from that experience, which wasn't a fun one. And I was just wondering why God was doing this to me. I thought somehow I had done something wrong. I thought, why am I having to go through this? And I heard a very small voice on the side, on my right side, say to me, "Just forgive it. Just forgive the whole thing, and forgive yourself for judging it." And so I just began at 3 years old forgiving the process, all that was going on. I forgave the polio. I forgave the doctor for telling me I had polio because I was very angry with him. I forgave myself for getting polio, catching it. I didn't know how I got it. And I just started doing forgiveness that day after getting home from the fitting for the brace. And it was interesting. It just seemed normal, but I was just doing forgiveness. I was forgiving the polio. I was forgiving myself. I was forgiving the doctor. I was forgiving just the whole thing that was involved, the people that were fitting the brace on my leg. And then I started forgiving God. I forgave God for having me come down with polio because I felt somehow he wanted me to have it, and it was like a judgment. And I forgave myself. I forgave myself for whatever I did that caused this to happen. And I remember getting up from there and making my way back into the house. And my mother made a comment to me, and it was about forgiveness. And she said, forgive everything when it comes to this disease because you don't know why you caught it or who you caught it from, if you did. And, forgive it and just move on with it. Let's see if we can conquer this somehow. And so I went into the bedroom And I thought, that's interesting that she would have picked up on my action of forgiveness. And I didn't remember this until this morning when I was meditating and it came forward. I had no idea what all happened back then, and I really still don't. I just picked up on this moment in my life. But I found that uh, I had judgments around it because I couldn't go out and play. I couldn't be with my friends and play whatever they were doing because my body was just very limited at the time. Because it did affect my whole right side. I actually was, apparently, I don't remember this, but my mother said that I was right-handed. And all of a sudden, I was having to use my left hand for everything because of the limitation. And that's how I became left-handed. And so I even forgave all of that because I didn't know if that made any difference or not, but I just forgave it. And every day I was forgiving, hoping that somehow it would ease it or make it go away. And then one day I was sitting outside doing the forgiveness, and all of a sudden this energy just led me into kind of like a prayer or a meditation. And I began to focus more on God and just being with God and loving God and wanting to be in that process of loving and not be alone and not be lonely anymore. And I just wanted to really be with God's presence. And when I was focused in that, the polio, all that just seemed to lift from me. I didn't think about it. I wasn't concerned about it. I just wanted to be with God. And so I finally came to the place where I was grateful for the polio, because without the polio, I don't think I would have sat down and had that first experience of focusing on God and wanting God in my life and the way I did. And I realized as I became, got to be 4 or 5, 6, 7 years old, that that was the impetus upon which I began to do this process of sitting down and praying, just praying every day, meditating every day, on loving God and letting God love me, and not let anything like the polio or my judgments or my fears get in the way. And so I have over the years thanked myself for having had polio and gone through it and moved beyond it. But I just did not know all that started back then. And as I was doing the loving, as I was doing the forgiveness, I moved past a lot of things inside of myself that I think I needed to understand or go through. I don't really remember it all, but I remember one day getting to the place of acceptance, and I could accept that I had polio. I could accept that it was okay. I could accept that it was actually doing me some good because I was really spending time with God. And so I went from forgiveness into acceptance, which was um, a new energy for me, and it relieved me of a lot of the energy of fear and blame and whatever that all was going on at that time. Forgiveness was helping, but all of a sudden, when I accepted the illness, it made a big difference, because then that which I had forgiven and wanting to forgive was gone. It lifted. The forgiveness was done, and I went into acceptance. And as I went into acceptance, I felt a great freedom. I felt a lightness. I felt a movement inside of myself. Where forgiveness, it was kind of a action of struggle almost, or trying to figure out the best way to do it, or whatever it was. I don't really know, but it was a struggle. But when I moved into acceptance, the struggle was gone. And I guess I had done the forgiveness I needed to do. And I moved into acceptance with the whole situation. And boy, that made a big difference for me. All of a sudden, that brace felt okay. I wasn't fighting it all the time because I fought the brace from the very beginning. I just did not want to wear it. I'd go back outside when we get home and I'd take it off and I would try to move around without it. And I got yelled at a few times for not wearing it. It was doctors kept emphasizing I needed to wear it, I needed to wear it, but it was just so uncomfortable and just not what I wanted. But when I went into acceptance, it's like I accepted the brace as well. I just accepted it and began to wear it more regularly and began able to walk better with the brace and all. And I couldn't go out and play, but I could definitely move around, walk around, and not be just stuck sitting or laying down somewhere. So the acceptance was a big relief for me. I was really grateful that I moved into acceptance out of forgiveness. And I didn't seem to have to go back into forgiveness anymore. I had forgiven myself. I had forgiven God. I had forgiven the illness. I had forgiven, the polio. I had forgiven all of that. I forgave the doctor. I forgave the man who fitted me with the brace and hurt me. And I forgave everything that I could, and it was done. And so acceptance just kind of opened up the energy for me in a greater way, and I began to live my life a little bit more than I was before because I was kind of clamped down, shut down, and the forgiveness was moving the energy, but the acceptance released the energy. And that was just a huge difference. And there was no more struggle. There was no more have to focus on this and forgive that and what did I forget or all of that. So acceptance was like a wall that just fell down that was kind of holding me in bondage somewhere. And when that came down, it really opened a lot of energy for me to begin to do things differently. And that was the good part of that because I needed to be doing things differently. And acceptance allowed me to just accept what is and then use that which I had available to me to have this all work. And I did acceptance then for quite a while. And then one day I realized, and this was about maybe 5 years old, when I realized that I was really spending and developing a relationship with God that I probably wouldn't have done if I had not had polio. I would have been out with all the other kids and playing and tying up the time with activities that way rather than sitting down and focusing on God and forgiving God and loving God and everything. So I began to move into loving the illness, loving the polio, loving my body, loving the pain, loving whatever was going on at the time, and being in gratitude for all of that, so that I could really spend time with God, and I could kind of sense that it had come upon me so that I could spend the time with God and learn how to do that, which I did. So then I moved on past the polio because all of a sudden the polio was gone. I guess I didn't need it anymore, but I got up one day and I was going to put on the brace and my leg felt a little bit better, and I remember standing on it and not losing my balance. It didn't give way. And I thought, oh wow, this is nice. And so I played with that for a few days. And then one morning I went out from the bedroom out into to the kitchen, and as I did, my mom saw me coming into the kitchen walking, hobbling. Really, I wasn't walking yet, but I was hobbling without the brace, and I was carrying the brace. And she didn't scream, but she just let out a big surprise, and she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, I'm walking. And So she came running and hugged me and lifted me up, and then we got dressed and went to the doctor, and the doctor checked me out, and the doctor said he still wanted me to wear the brace because the leg wasn't strong and I could fall very easily. But I didn't. I took it off as soon as I could. My parents made me put it back on and wear it around the house, but I would get outside and I would take it off and I would just work at walking without it. And so the polio kind of left. It wasn't really a process or a problem anymore. Pretty quick after that. And I remember on my 6th birthday, I was able to set the brace up against the wall, and I never touched it again. I never touched it. I don't know where the brace went. I don't know if they threw it away or what happened to it, but all of a sudden one day it wasn't there, and I didn't even have to think about it, which was a real blessing. So that's where the whole thing for me of loving, accepting, and forgiving came from, was from that experience with the polio and with all that went along with that. And it really, I think, was part of the big foundation of me sitting down and meditating every day and focusing on God and waking up in God. And it was when I was 5 years old, I had my first real awakening spiritually. And I mean, it was a big awakening. And that's one thing that is very sacred to me, and I will never share it with anybody else. It's something that I just keep between me and God. And so I woke up in a very different place after that experience and began to live my life with a greater focus on God. And that's where I came to understand more about God first and God only. I don't know that I used it in that term, but that's what I woke up to in many ways. And so I look back now on the whole thing with the polio and with all that I went through with the doctors and the brace and everything with a lot of gratitude, because if it wasn't for that, I don't think I would have done what I did in meditating and praying and focusing on God. And I don't think I'd be here doing this today if that hadn't happened. So I learned that a lot of times out of things like that, um, if you can approach it in a different way, maybe rather than being angry and hating it and blaming yourself, blaming others, but rather move into forgiveness as quick as you can. I know when I was 25, 26, um, it was very interesting because I was at 25. I know I could see auras and all this in other people and in myself. And one day I was shaving, and I noticed a different energy in my aura, and I didn't like it. And I remember putting my hand up and trying to wipe it and clean it, trying to move the energy somehow, but it didn't change it. And I thought, okay, something's wrong, something's not right. And I went to a doctor and I said that I'm feeling okay. I'm a little tired and I've lost a little bit of weight, but I'm feeling good. And but I've got a concern that I've got something. And he said, well, how do you think you've got something if you're feeling good? And I just kept saying, well, it's just something I feel inside or that I see inside. And he said, well, I don't understand that, but he gave me a checkup and, just a normal thing, and said, from everything I can see, you're just fine. So I went home and I kept noticing that shadow in my aura and wondering what was going on. And I kept losing a little bit more weight here and there. And then finally I went back to the doctor and I showed him a lump on my throat. And he said, okay, well, now we're going to do a real checkup. And that's when they discovered the cancer. And I just remember in just seeing the shadow, I began to do forgiveness with it. Whatever that shadow was about, I just forgave the energy of it. I forgave the reason for it. I did forgiveness and I did what I could to accept it. And I think I did a pretty good job of accepting it because I did not fight it. I did not struggle with it so much. It wasn't until I realized I needed to do chemotherapy and all of that that I fought it. Up until that, I didn't. And, but I even learned to love the chemotherapy and the radiation treatments and just love all that. So it took a while in those areas because I just had different expectations on what was going on and why and how it was supposed to be. But I finally moved into acceptance, and once with the acceptance came in, I loved it, and the loving really calmed everything down, and I healed. And by when I was 28 years old, I was pronounced free of cancer and clear to go on and do my life. And so that's what I did. So loving, accepting, and forgiving has been a bigger part of my life than I realized up until today, because it started when I was 3 and has been playing in my life all the way along. And it has served me very, very well. So I'm very grateful for all of that I've had, all my illnesses, all my aches and pains, all my challenges physically, emotionally, mentally. And I just loved them, accepted them, and forgave them all. And they really have served me to ever keep refocusing on God and putting God first before everything, illnesses, financial stuff, whatever. And it just made a huge difference for me personally. So I would invite you to really look and see how you're using loving, accepting, and forgiving, and maybe use it again at a deeper level of moving the energy in your life to get to a new place, a better place inside yourself. There's a lot more I could say right now, but I think I'll kind of leave it at that and let Brian see if he'd like to share more.
Alrighty.
Well, that was a lot. That was a lot.
You gonna share again more then after I do?
I might. I might.
Kind of an interesting dynamic today, huh?
Yeah.
I know, I'm feeling it too. So, wow, interesting. I haven't heard you share that way before.
I hadn't had the awareness of that.
That's kind of cool. Reminds me a little bit, you had yours there, and when I started meditating, when I went through my depression, that's kind of what really got me going. Spending a lot of time in meditation and developing that. Interesting. It's often those things in life, I guess, that really kind of set us on a path or somehow begin some type of a practice. It often is a practice of healing or acceptance or forgiveness, whether it's mentally, emotionally, or physically.
I believe it.
And ultimately, I guess, our inner attitudes with all this stuff. I guess I'd say that's the more spiritual action, huh?
Very.
Yeah, I guess that kind of leads me into a little more. Some of them, I guess I can lead into, is this things kind of popping up in meditation around like authenticity that, often Jim and I will have people, not as much now, but in the past, when we had a lot more newer people showing up, people would come often saying, "Oh, you guys sound like you're sharing about this way or that path or that religion, or this person says that, or this book says that." And we'd hear people share all the time how similar what we're teaching or doing here sounds, similar to other things, or other things seem similar to here. And I've spoken about this sometimes in the past, but I guess it's up to share again more today that one of the big key things on the path of sound and light, and not even just this pathway, but I like to say the reality of the action of the Holy Spirit and the soul itself and this journey we're doing, it's really based on authenticity. I mean, the deepest level of realness or truth we can get to. And I guess another way I could say that is, like, if you look at what we're doing here in ILM and maybe other people or organizations, you'll notice a lot, like, I like to say there's preaching and there's teaching. And, a lot of, just a lot of like ministers or others are known that are preaching like the gospel, so to speak. It's really more of a preaching or a sermon, an intellectual process of memorizing or learning different stories or verses and sharing these things out of books or what they've been told. And some people obviously have gotten very charismatic or very knowledgeable that they can share a lot of the stories by memory, let alone, reading out of some scripture or something. And this is the thing to keep in mind, that sharing the words is one thing, but then authentically and truly living what is shared is a whole nother thing. And this path of sound and light really is about the authenticity of truly living the teachings, not just listening to the preachings. Okay, I hope this is making sense. Another way I've said this over the years and all the time, this pathway is experiential. It's experiential. We need to have experience. And that's the big difference here. As you know here, our main focus is meditation with the sacred name, because we know when we do the meditation, we're going to have experience. Just like we did here in the beginning of class, when we actually do it and give it our focus, there's going to be an experience spiritually. And that's what I mean by when I say real and authentic, because we're actually doing. That's the teaching. When there's true teaching, there's homework involved. There's a action involved in which we have to participate. There is something on our part that we need to do. So we have our experience. When you just go to some place or you're reading a book, it's just preaching. Somebody's telling you about, they're talking about it, but you're not doing, you're literally just witnessing a performance. I hate to say it like that, but it's a lot of, even in my own family, I remember my dad, we'd go to church sometimes, but he mainly went because he said he just loved the music, the choir, the music, the organ, all of that. It wasn't about the sermon really or the preaching. It was about the music, which I find interesting too when we talk about the path of sound and light. So it's important to look at these things though to see of what are you doing inside of yourself? Are you really just listening so that this is a preaching? Or do you do that with anybody else? Because there's some people out there that are very good, shall we say, performers that really know how to preach or do the song and dance, and literally even song and dance, the singing and the music, as well as the preaching and telling story. So they're entertaining. And yeah, even educational. There's a lot of wonderful things there. But then what are you doing with it? And what are you being asked to do? Or what are you asking of yourself? Are you turning it into an experiential experience so that you can really live now what is being shared? And even the people that share themselves, what are they doing? Is it an action where they're just preaching and it all sounds great, but then when you get to know them and see them behind the scenes or off the stage, you go, wow, what a hypocrite, right? How many times have you heard that? Hypocritical. It's like not walking the talk, just talking the talk. So there is that aspect too. And it's not meant to be as a judgment on somebody who may be preaching and not actually walking the talk. It's called just pay attention to not only who's presenting or what's being presented, but the authenticity and the realness behind that. But ultimately, it's what are you doing with it? Because you can listen to us right now And this could be just a preaching where you're going to take it and it's like, wow, okay, that sounded great. That was nice information, and then walk away and that's it. So this, in a sense, could be a preaching. But here's the other part of it to look at. When I talk about like the word teachings, when I say preaching and teaching, the real action of teaching is not the information or the words or what's being presented. The real teaching is the essence of what is present in those words, in what is being shared. Okay? So is it a performance or is it an experience? But we are going to experience in every level. But this is part of the journey for each of us, is to pay attention to see, well, what level are we experiencing on? Because some things, like somebody is doing like a great sermon, or you're hearing music or a choir that moves you, and you feel literally the music vibrating through you, and it stirs an emotion. Okay, so you've got like a physical emotional experience. Or somebody who's really good at preaching a sermon, and it stimulates all these thoughts. But if you pay attention, is it just in a mental experience now? Do you feel that energy in the mind? And then there's the action when somebody is sharing with authenticity, and there's a true movement of spirit. I mean, a real action of loving where the Holy Spirit. There's a real movement of loving that transcends the preaching, the mind experience, the emotions, and the physical. These are different levels to pay attention to. So we do this. Those of you who've been around for a while, you know, when we do the meditation, you have your awarenesses of where you feel maybe the energy up here, or you see the purple light inside, or you experience peace, and you're aware of being above your mind where things are just quiet. It's called pay attention to that, because that's going to be your greater indicator of what is actually being presented as well. Because a lot of people know how to talk, but when they're talking the talk, are you experiencing a real movement of spirit like I was just describing? Like when we go into meditation, or some of you, I know I always close my eyes when Jim shares, because boy, when he shares, I'm aware of that movement of spirit. So I like to close my eyes and just be with it and let it fill me. I'm sitting here watching the purple light as Jim's talking, and just this peace that's present. That's why I'll close my eyes. I just like to be with it. So I know that in the sharing, like as Jim is sharing, I'm experiencing that presence of spirit right while the sharing is taking place. That's what I mean about teaching and experiential. Whereas if there's somebody else talking that doesn't have that depth of sharing from their experience as a movement of the Holy Spirit, but they're truly just preaching out of the mind and its information, I have a whole different level of experience. One, I don't have peace. Two, I don't see the purple light, but I'm aware of this energy that I can say is kind of like from the eyebrows down, and I can feel it around my head. And there's a certain kind of a pressure, and that's the mental energy, the mind that is gripping, that I've gotten very sensitive to and I'm aware of. And when somebody's really strong in the mind and talking, and then they put in now like their emotions where they're trying to control, now not only do I, like when somebody doesn't try to control, I can feel the mental frequency. It's just the mind, it's information, okay? Not too bad. Unless it does get bad, then it's almost like fingernails going down the chalkboard type of thing. I've experienced that too when the mind gets really strong. But when somebody else gets really controlling, then it ties into the emotions. And so then they've got their mind now and everything they're believing and convinced of, and then they try to get everybody around them. They try to control you and everybody around them. So now all these emotions now to back up the mind, and you feel this control, and you just feel things getting tight inside. And for me, when that goes on, I'll even find my mind shutting down. Like I can't even think straight, Or I'll feel my emotions, like I'll start feeling almost like getting fearful. And that's how I know, like, wow, not only the mind, but now the emotions now. It's like I'm trying to be controlled. Somebody's trying to control me, and I just feel myself shutting down, where I can't even think straight, or I can't even think at all. And I just kind of feel fear, or I just feel stuck, just limited and trapped. Anybody experience what I'm talking about before? And then if it keeps on going even more and starts to physicalize more, well, those are often the situations that are often survival or fight or flight, that there can be a tremendous amount of fear to even the basic self level of survival. You know, if you ever been around like a potential violent action taking place in your vicinity, if not directed at you, just the fear around, or even hearing it or seeing it, even on TV or something, you can feel things inside of you stir, even right in your gut and lower. So it starts to even physicalize. So it's important to pay attention to these energies because they exist on every level. And it's these energies and dynamics that we as a soul get to experience in this physical consciousness. And those energies are, in a sense, our lessons, where our lessons are, where we are drawn to have our experience. But then what do we do with that? And where do we respond from or react from often when it gets to that level? This is where our learning is. So when I say authenticity, well, in a sense, all of this is authentic, because if we're experiencing it, we're experiencing it. That's authentic, is our experience itself. So we want to pay attention to all that. And then as we begin to now really draw ourselves to a spiritual pathway, or what we think is a spiritual path or a spiritual journey, we want to be aware and sensitive to all these different dynamics, so that as we participate in what we truly believe or think we're following as spiritual, to check it out, to make sure energetically inside of you, what is your experience? So even right now with me sharing, or you listen to somebody else sharing, or you read a book, and that's a sharing, just obviously, in written form rather than verbal form. What is your experience as that's taking place? Are you aware of like that peace and a loving that's just gentle? Do you feel a mind energy that's literally just mental, like wrapping around, like I said, like around the eyes and below the eyebrows, or just the emotions? Because as you do, you'll notice those other energies start to get tighter, more controlling, and you'll feel limited. Where when it's more of a spiritual action, you'll feel this freedom. You'll feel a real freedom, like you can go, and stretch and open up and be vulnerable. And it's okay to be yourself. You won't feel judged or feeling controlled by anything. You feel a greater level of acceptance, let alone being loved, but just a level of acceptance. Those are indicators when there's really more of that authentic presence of spirit that is loving, that is accepting, let alone forgiving. So I'm trying to talk about it as a feeling level or a visual level, as a knowing level, as an experiential level of all these dynamics that are going on. Because the same thing can happen not only in our physical body, but even when we go out of body, when we're in meditation or when we're in the dream state. And if we happen to be conscious, we can be aware of these things too. That'll give us indicators of potential levels that we're on and experiencing. And there's no right or wrong here. It's just part of our learning and waking us up to become aware of all these dynamics so we have greater understanding. That understanding, though, comes through paying attention so that we become more aware of what that experience is wherever we're at. This is, and part of the reason I'm sharing this like this today is because that's going to give you a greater indicator than people's words. Like I said, people can say anything they want. You can have the greatest liar, deceiver, cheater say all the right words and could say them so well that you could, on a mental level, be convinced they're telling the truth. But yet, if you pay attention to these energies, you're not going to feel that way. You're not going to have the peace. You're not going to feel the freedom. You're going to be aware of one, just lacking all of that, or literally all these other parts of you will start to feel controlled. You'll feel this question, doubt, fear running. You guys know what I'm talking about? Haven't you had, even on a daily basis, situations in your life that you question things? Somebody says something, but you don't know if you can trust them because they're saying one thing, but yet you feel like something else is going on. And then maybe in other past experiences, you've gone through exactly that, and then you find out something else was going on. Or maybe it's something simple and innocent where somebody's just too scared to share with you, so they're withholding information. They're trying to be nice to you. They don't want to hurt your feelings. So they talk and are nice to you, to people please, but yet how they really feel and what's going on for them, they withhold. And yet somewhere inside of you, you feel this withholding. Like, okay, I hear you, but something's not right. Something's missing. Something's being withheld. And so then when we feel that, because we all do, we'll either react and go into not only confusion, but we'll also begin to question ourselves. Like, am I doing something wrong? Why am I reacting here? What's going on with me? In other words, we'll personalize whatever that is we're experiencing out here with other people, not realizing at times that maybe they're withholding or maybe they're going through something. And then when we're around them or with them and they're sharing with us, that we're picking up on that, or maybe they're literally projecting that on us. And we don't know what's all going on. So we feel it and experience it. And we're left in reaction, confused, questioning ourselves. Or sometimes we'll just react to the other person, not even know why we're reacting to them. And this goes both ways, by the way, of course. We can obviously be doing the same thing. We can, somebody can come up and say, hey, how are you doing today? And you go, fine, or you go, great. But inside of you, you're in reaction, you're upset, you're mad, but you're not going to share all that. You're just going to say, yeah, everything's great. How many times do we do that literally on a daily basis where, call it a lie or a white lie or whatever you want to call it, but where we just withhold what's going on inside of us, but yet people can tell, people pick up on it. And so these are the things we do. So obviously I'm bringing this into just a day-to-day ordinariness because it is. But if we bring it back to the spiritual pathway, this is where just life in general, this is here for all of us to learn, obviously. But especially when we get on this path of sound and light, because on this path, we are going to, in our soul's journey of going home to God, we are seeking the truth. The truth is the pure fullness of God's loving, not words, not question, not information, but the real truth is an experience of the fullness of God's loving. That's the truth that we're all seeking. Really, everyone, every single soul is seeking that truth. But those on the path of sun and light are seeking it more directly, more consciously as a pursuit. And you have the action steps you can take called the meditation, called working with the sacred name, called practicing the loving, accepting, forgiving, called taking responsibility for your thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. So in other words, taking all the teachings, not as preachings, but as teachings, and now doing your homework, or what we like to say in here, the joke is going homework, to put those teachings to use. So you now turn them into experience so that you wake up and actually truly understand like what I'm even talking about. Because if you don't understand what I'm talking about, well, Jim laughs, I didn't used to know what I was talking about like this, 30 some years ago, because I was just beginning and not aware of this stuff. The understanding only comes from when we have been practicing and truly doing the homework. Because in doing that, we're going to wake up and have the awareness through our experience. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's called just start doing the homework. So you do the homework, you're going to have experience. So you have experience, you'll actually start to understand what I'm talking about. How many times, Jim, have you heard me say, oh my God, I remember what you talked about years ago. Now I actually understand it because I had the experience. But until then, I'm like, well, I think I know, or getting really honest, well, I don't really know, but I hear that and it sounds true and I hope it's true. But until I have the experience, that's just something I've done for myself. I don't claim I know something if I haven't had the experience when I don't really know. That's up to each of us to do that for ourselves. If you actually say you know something and you don't, you're just lying to yourself, let alone to anybody else you're saying that to. Doesn't do you any good. Better to say, I don't know. I haven't had the experience. I can intellectually get what you're saying with the information, but I don't really know because I haven't had the experience. We're literally going down to that level of detail is what I'm getting at here. But that's up to you to do for yourself, to be that level of authentic and honest with yourself so that you don't limit yourself, you don't fool yourself, but you actually support and serve yourself in this pathway of truly awakening to the fullness of God's loving. Not just a part of it. God's loving exists in every realm. Right into the most god-awful fear itself. Anything that exists, God's loving is in there. But what level? Okay? What level? In other words, the deeper and darker into the fear, the less of the awareness of the fullness. Let's just put it that way. It's like it's only a little bit, right? But the more we wake up is where we move into the fullness. In other words, higher levels, the true spiritual levels without limitation that the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body will put on it. That's why we call it spiritual awakening or an expansion of consciousness or a release of the limitations. Call it stretching out of your comfort zone. What are comfort zones? They're limitations, whether it's mentally, emotionally, imaginationally, or physically. Just like Jim was sharing, that's a comfort zone, stretching out of them. But take this especially though, when you are truly seeking on this pathway of experiential awakening, to pay attention to the words you take in, the information you take in. Pay attention when you're reading different books out there and what they're saying. Pay attention when you're listening to somebody else sharing and preaching, that even though maybe it sounds good, what is your actual experience and what are you doing with that? Because that's the key. Ultimately, it's your responsibility what you do with anything being presented to you or that which you're, in a sense, seeking after or chasing after. It's up to you what you do with it. Just because somebody's trying to control you or convince you or tell you how it is, doesn't mean you have to believe it. Doesn't mean you have to take it on. It's part of the learning. You may at first take it on just to please them so they don't get upset at you and you don't want to deal with any reactions. That's fine. But then what do you do with it when you walk away? Do you still take it on now? Now it's inside of you living. And now you got to keep living that to please the other person? Or is it a truth that frees you, the truth that sets you free? Did you notice that? So in other words, a real teaching is a truth that is presented to you freely, no control, no expectation, no rights or wrongs, just presented for you. But it's up to you to see if you take it or not. You don't even have to take it just because it's presented. But if you choose to take it, then it's your responsibility to do something with it. No expectation coming from the other side, just an offering. But then what you do with it, that's the key. That's where you're going to have your experience. And that's what I've always shared here. All of this is offered freely. It is given unconditionally. And it's up to you to do with it what you do with it. Now pay attention. Think of all the other experiences you've had, whether it's the past or even going on now, where somebody presents something to you. I don't care if it's a spiritual teaching or just a day-to-day ordinary thing. And they present something, but then when they present it, there's an expectation now. And you feel that expectation where they're presenting it to you. They're not only presenting it, they're shoving it down your throat, that type of thing. Here's the sales pitch. It doesn't matter if it's religion or selling you a used car, right? Or whatever it is, a belief system or what somebody wants you to do or what they expect of you or what they're telling you how you should be. So in other words, they're putting it on you, and here's the expectation. But you see, just because somebody's trying to tell you how it is or putting it on you doesn't mean you have to take it on. That's your responsibility, what you take on, what you don't. And even if, like, you want to avoid a confrontation or upsetting situation, you can let somebody project all over you, but you don't have to literally take it on. You can just say, wow, thank you for sharing. I'll give that consideration or whatever. You can say something to be pleasant and nice or politically correct or whatever you want to be. And that's fine. And then you just honor yourself. And so when you walk away, you just, now look, what do you really want to do with this? Is this something you really want to take on? Is it really yours? Or is it just them trying to control you to get what they want from you? And you want to be involved in that, so you take it on. But as soon as you take it on, you now have this relationship of a certain dynamic with somebody where you now experience this control, this expectation, this want of you. And if you don't meet or fulfill that, then what happens? Well, then the hammer comes down, right? And all the reaction comes down and all the control to get you to do what they want you to do. And then all the expectation and then the fears and the right and wrong, they'll lay out the guilt and the shame games. Does it sound like going to other churches that preach hell and damnation? Or does it just sound like your mom or dad? Teachers or friends? I don't know. Literally, it could be anybody. The good old shame game or laying a guilt trip. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter if it's religion and a preacher dishing it out there, or your parents or friends or a boss or teachers. Doesn't matter. It's just what people do. It's just what people do. See, it doesn't matter what people do. What matters to you is what do you do? You don't have to do anything with what people do. Just like Jim did. He was a bad boy, right? The doctor said, you should be wearing that brace all the time, every day. Jim was a bad boy. He didn't do what the doctor said. See what I'm saying there? It's a choice what we do with it, whether we do something with it or not. And you can experiment, just like Jim did. Yeah, you wear the brace some, and other times you don't. It's an experiment. You see what works for you, what doesn't. Just because somebody tells you this is the right thing and you should do it, doesn't mean it is for you. Maybe it is for somebody else. But you've got to find how that fits, how that works for you. Whether that brace is for your leg or whether that brace is for your mind and emotions. Literally, it can be any level. Just brace yourself. But just look, whatever braces you use, yes, pun intended, that it really does support you to come into alignment so that it serves you, not only physically like a leg, but literally that it helps you to come into alignment even mentally and emotionally to support your mental health, so to speak, and emotional health, but spiritually. I'm not going to call it spiritual health because that's just a misnomer. Spirit is spirit, it's all loving. It has no disease or imbalance or unhealthiness of any kind. Spirit is spirit. That's why you can't even use that same terminology for the action spiritually. Because loving truly is free, unconditional, all accepting. Anything less than that we're living lets us know we're caught up and have taken on some level of limitation, constriction, karma that has impeded our freedom. And here's the funny thing though, even in this creation that literally is a prison that has all these expectations, limitations set upon us, even within that, we can still live spiritually free within ourselves. In other words, we can be completely surrounded and locked up in a prison, which this body is, by the way, let alone the whole physical creation of time and space, not just physically, but literally, astrally, causally, mentally, and etherically, is a prison. But that's what we're doing with the sacred name, otherwise known as the keys to the kingdom, to open those doors that have been locked within us, that have imprisoned us, to open it up to set us free. So we can walk out of this prison on every level. But even while we're here, that even though we are living in restriction, when we have all the keys and have opened the doors by doing the meditation practice, well, all those doors are open. So then are we really in prison? Well, in a way we are in prison, but we're not imprisoned. In other words, when all the doors are open, we're free to come and go. So we're free. It's just we'll come back and forth to have our experience while we're still here. So there's spiritual freedom, is when you have all the names, the sacred names, the keys to the kingdom, have opened the doors, have woken up, know your soul, and your soul lives in and through every level, right even here to the seat of the soul physically, that you have a spiritual freedom in your awareness that you're living, even while you're in this confinement. But you're free to come and go. That's what the meditation does with the names, right? The day we're done, though, and we're done, called the last breath, that's when the doors will close behind us as we're on our way out. And then we can't come back. The doors now are shut. We've taken the keys with us. The doors are shut behind us. There's no coming back. That is spiritual true liberation in its fullest, when there's just no coming back because we're fully complete. And obviously that's what we're doing on this pathway. But there's a lot of the back and forth through the freedom process, and then bringing that freedom into all these other areas where there's constriction within our consciousness and wherever we find ourselves, whether it's through situations and circumstances like I've been describing, that often are the experiences that cause limitation and constriction, that binds us and imprisons us, or what we do, one, to set ourselves free from when we have been in prison, and two, that in learning that, we understand now how to not allow ourselves to be imprisoned anymore, because we make different choices not to do things the way we used to do things. So we really now have learned our lessons, and we go, oh, I know what that is. I know what goes with that. I've had people do that to me so many times in the past. I know what comes with that. I can tell you all the ins and outs of it. Now that's authentic experience, and that is true understanding. When you can share in that way, that's true teaching, or shall I say true learning, because you've now learned the teachings through your experience. And now you can talk about it from your experience. So then in sharing your experience, it's true loving action, not a preaching of information. Like anybody could take what I just shared here and now memorize it and teach or share the information with others, but there'll be no comprehension or understanding of it if they haven't had the experience of it. I only understand this because I've had the experience. That's why I can talk about it. That's what you want to do the same for yourself. Take the information, have your experience, and then you'll be able to share about it from your inner knowing and understanding. And then that becomes the foundation upon which you can stand, so that as the world and people around you come and present all these other opportunities of learning, I like to say, which obviously are another conditional expectations and things to constrict and control us, we begin to see how we respond differently, how to take care of ourselves so we no longer get caught up in or play the games, but not only set ourselves free, but then do what we need to keep ourselves free so we don't get caught back up in games. And if we do, that's okay. Maybe there is one little area, a little bit of dust back in that corner that we forgot to clean up on our way out. So we get caught up in it one more time so we can go and get that little area maybe we didn't finish up from the past. And so that's what we do. We go back in and finish it up, clean it up, set ourselves free once again. And that's what every relationship brings to us, that opportunity to either go into these areas to see what we have yet to clean up, which is another way of saying seeing what we have yet to learn. Or when it comes to us and we've learned it and fulfilled it, when it's presented to us again, we go, oh, that's all right. I'll pass on that. I've been there, done that. And there's nothing inside of me that wants to go back into that anymore. See, that's the inner indicator. When there's no desire, there's nothing in you that wants to enter into that again, that's how you know you're really getting done with stuff. If you still have a question or like, wow, yeah, it sounds interesting, let me check it out. That lets you know that there's still some lessons to have, some experience to have, so you learn. That's not a bad thing. Remember, this pathway is not one of avoiding. This pathway is one of experience. So we've got to go have the experience to learn. The nice thing is when you do it out of freedom of choice like this, you're bringing the loving with you. When you don't do it out of that choice, you're doing it in reaction, and that reaction then shuts the door to the loving. And that's why when we make choices out of reaction and we go into things, we feel like we're in darkness, and then we're in fear, and then we're in constant reaction with everybody in all the circumstances because of what we did in ourselves to shut the door so the loving couldn't come with us into those situations. Nonetheless, you're there. We're going to experience that. So we're going to have the experiences of being in that fear and darkness until we finally had enough. Whether it's through desperation or just like Jim shared, there's a great story today, what in a sense set him upon the path of prayer through forgiveness, started with forgiveness. So there's a situation to do that. And so as we start to do that, well, what is forgiveness? It's opening the doors to let the loving now into these areas where we were in darkness. It is loving as it comes in by our actions, by taking responsibility for our thoughts and feelings, actions and reactions, through forgiveness to bring that loving in. Well, there's the light in the darkness, but also that means we've done the work to open the door, to let it in. And in doing that, it sets us free. See how that works? This is very practical how this works, the spiritual action here. But it's out of our choices and taking responsibility to take the actions. That's the key. God doesn't do it for us. God does it with us. God comes with us, but then gives us the freedom to make those choices, to have our experiences, to learn from those experiences. That light is here in the darkness, but we've got to invite it in. That's what LAF is about, is inviting the loving in. That's what the sacred name is about. The meditation is inviting it in, as well as going towards it. In a way, the sacred name is going towards God. The LAF is allowing God in. And that's where our learning is, when we're really on a true spiritual pathway of spiritual teaching, not one of preaching. Because you'll have the experience and the awakening and the knowing and understanding that comes with it. If it's just information and preaching, your mind may know, academically you may know, but it's going to lack the actual experience and the real understanding, not the true knowing of experience. And this is where it's so important to pay attention to all this. That's up to you. We can't do that for you. We can talk about it and share with you like we do here, because why do we do that? Is this really spiritual teaching what we do, or is it really just more sharing practical things for you to pay attention to so you have the awareness so that you too can now awaken and know that living, loving essence of which we speak of here? And that's the difference. Are you actually experiencing it, or is it just all talk? You'll learn over time. The people that are lip service, just talking about it, but not actually living it. When it's just a sermon and a performance, that's great. A little bit of time of entertainment, not a problem. The only time it's a problem is if you buy into it. And now you try to make that your living reality, but there's no reality there, but yet you're trying to live it. Again, nothing wrong with it. It's part of our learning. We're going to do things like that. But when you're really one who is seeking that fulfillment and returning home to God, you're going to start to become aware of these things. They're going to wake up in you. And this is part of how they wake up, through the sharings like this. And this is another part that I can begin to talk about. And this is almost some initiate meeting or greater depth of the spiritual pathway, is that there's some other characteristics when you are truly one, what you could call a disciple of the path or a student of the path. Because in that, there's a greater sincere seeking, and there's other aspects that come along with that. When we're really ready for the greater journey, that's when we begin to now be drawn towards those areas or people or places in the world by which it can take us to that greater depth, or shall I say, ascend to the greater heights. Because with that also comes the aspect of humbleness or humility, where we will literally have to bow down or surrender, to give up, to let go. That's what real forgiveness is. When we can really let go and surrender our desires, our wants, right? Most of the time we hear about let go of your desires and wants, right? All the evils and sins of the world. Well, yeah, that's part of it. But the other part of it that most people don't pay enough attention to is exactly what Jim was sharing today. People consider most of it Lucifer, the darkness, evil, fear. That's what everybody's preaching out there. Well, you preaching there, but what about all this over here? The reality is it's all within us, and we have freedom of choice. It's the LAF type of work that truly inner greater depths of self-love, self-acceptance, and self-forgiveness. Maybe we start out here with loving, accepting, forgiving Lucifer and all of his fallen angels and all the evil, negative things that go on in the world and people and things that are happening. Yeah, maybe you start out there. That ain't going to change, though, what's going on in here. Eventually, we have to take full responsibility for our own thoughts and our own feelings. In other words, our own inner attitudes. That's up to us. Nobody can do that for us. Everybody will tell us, try to control us, tell us how we should do it, how we should believe, what's wrong, what's right, how we should feel. Yeah, that's all the other stuff I've been talking about the last little bit here. But ultimately, we've got to come back and do the LAF with self and literally just let go of the world, other people, what they said or done, how we feel like they've wronged us, how they made us bad, how we're whatever with anybody else, where anybody you're in reaction with, or any situation. eventually we've got to just let that go and now come back to see, what are we doing? Why are we in reaction? What is that inside of us that is in reaction? Because if we're in reaction, we're trying to protect, defend, or control something within ourselves because there's something we're afraid of. We've got to look at that in ourselves. That's the real deeper work that the LAF is there to assist us with. And the meditation, inviting God in, is going to support us and bring the assistance. But it is still up to us to do the inner work and to learn and to practice the LAF with ourselves. That is the key to all of this. It's all being laid at your feet. Well, what are you doing with it? You've got to pick it up and do something with it. Jim did a talk a while ago called "The Key Not Used Opens Nothing." Remember that? Mm-hmm. A key not used opens nothing. So we're laying all the keys at your feet. But if you're not using it, it's opening nothing. You got to pay attention. And that takes going back to the humility. We've got to what? If it's laid at our feet, we got to bow down. We've got to bend down to pick it up. Why, are we too proud? Are we too arrogant? Too? Peace? Be still? Well, a lot of us are. No, I can't receive that freely. The world says I have to earn it. I have to pay for it. I've got to do something for it. I've got to give some part of myself away to get something from somebody else. That's called karma. That's called binding yourself. Spirit doesn't bind you. Spirit frees you. That's why it's laid at your feet, not stuck in you. It's laid at your feet, but it's up to you to pick it up, to receive it. If you've been initiated, you know, you receive. You receive the sacred name. You initiated means you're being given. But you had to ask. You had to now open to receive. That means you had to, in a sense, bow down by your head in order for the Holy Spirit to now place itself over you and enter into you because you asked and you were willing to receive. So you've got to take it in. You've got to open up to it. But then it's up to you to now do something with it once you have received it. First, it starts with picking it up, but then now you've got to activate it, put it to use. These are real keys here, okay? So we've got authenticity is a key trait, makes this pathway real. We've got to be authentic. We've got to be humble. It takes real humility to really, to not only be willing to surrender, bow down and let go. We've got to be willing to let go. There's something we want so much, or even something we don't want. Like, I've got to hang on to that guilt and shame. If I don't hang on to the guilt and shame, I'm not worthy. The guilt and shame makes me worthy. It shows that I've suffered so that I earned the right to enter the kingdom of heaven. Does it really? Does that sound crazy, or does it actually sound like it makes sense for those of us that feel unworthy? Do we hold on to that unworthiness because we think somehow in being unworthy, that earns us the right to enter the kingdom of heaven? That somehow, is it doing that that makes us humble? We got to watch out that we don't twist some of these things that we may have thought or believed to be. Maybe they're not that way. Maybe humility has nothing to do with these things that we thought, that we believed, if we felt guilt or shame, and then we did these things to do our penance, so to speak, so we earned our way. Well, if you still are earning your way because You haven't entered the kingdom of heaven yet, and if you have, you know. But if you haven't and you don't know, maybe it's time to take a look to see what is really going on and what we've been doing with these things we've been taught and that we've been running. We've got, in other words, we got to take a real look to be really honest. So we've got authenticity, humbleness, and now honesty. We've got to be willing to really look and get very honest with ourselves, to look at ourselves. What have we been running? What have we bought into? What have we taken on? No matter who delivered it. Doesn't matter who delivered it. What matters is, did we take it on and what are we doing with it? Because once we're willing to look, we can see what we've taken on. And in seeing that, well, now, see, most of these things run unconsciously. We took them on, didn't even know we took them on a lot of the time, and they're just running. But at some point when we're willing to actually look, we become aware and see what we've taken on and is running in us. That awareness gives us a freedom to now make choices. When it's running unconsciously, the choices are already made. There's no other options. We don't even know it. Once we become aware, well, in that awareness, we see now we've got other options. We can make different choices. And we can choose to keep running the same old thing. Most of us will for quite a while, because now we're so comfortable with it. We've been doing it so long, we're just comfortable with it. And anything different than that feels wrong, even if it's the right thing that is setting us free, because we're willing to be more authentic and humble now. So sometimes being honest with ourselves is not easy. And sometimes it is very uncomfortable. Believe me, I've seen people get arrogant with what they think is humble. They have an arrogance of being humble, an arrogance of being unworthy, an arrogance of being guilty or having shame. I've seen people parade that stuff around with an arrogance. It seems contradictory because I always thought it was, but boy, when I started seeing it, I was kind of surprised. Oh, the dichotomy and the hypocrisy. It's running rampant, obviously, everywhere. And a lot of it's running inside of ourselves. But don't worry, one day we'll wake up and we'll realize that. And then we'll have the option to make a choice to set ourselves free of it. This is a pathway of freedom and liberation, but it does take some going homework by practicing the spiritual teachings. Okay? So with that humility and surrendering and bowing down, see, a lot of people, when they see a group in the world where there's a spiritual teacher, they think, oh, I've got to bow down to the person. I've got to humble myself to that spiritual teacher, that physical presence and body. Let me prostrate myself before them at their feet. Does that do something or doesn't it? Because people do it. I've done it. Well, it can. A lot of times it doesn't. What makes the difference? The difference is inside of you with what you're doing. The real bowing down and humbling yourself before the spiritual teacher. Well, what have we always said here? Who really is the real spiritual teacher? It's Brian. No, it's Jim. No, it's Brian. You've heard us say it over and over. It's the Holy Spirit. I don't care if somebody prostrates, bows down in front of me or Jim. As long as they're doing it, understanding that they're doing it to God, that you're bowing down to God. You're humbling yourself before God. You're surrendering to God. You're giving up to God, not to people, to God. That action of the Holy Spirit. That's the real humbling, surrendering. That's the real spiritual action, not a physical action, a spiritual action. In truth, when we really do forgiveness authentically, like Jim was sharing, that is a bowing down and humbling ourselves before God. True forgiveness is that action of humility and humbleness. Because in the bowing down, we are saying, Thy will be done. I'm ready to let go and allow whatever needs to take place so that I can receive of you, God. In other words, I'm making God more important. And what did Jim share? And he always does? God first and God only. It takes great humility and a lot of forgiveness to truly make God first and God only. And then the greater truth is revealed, is awakened within us. We come to understand and truly know it in the fullness. Because we've taken all those little steps and big steps along this pathway, along the journey. And every step, every experience, that's the key to all of this, is that experience of each step. Because that's where the awakening takes place. That's where the freedom takes place. God wants us to be conscious co-creators. That's the point of this exercise, this existence, and this creation. Not only to be co-creators, but to be responsible, conscious co-creators. And this is how we do it. That's why you hear Jim and I all the time say, pay attention, wake up, become aware. Yeah, don't go back to sleep, but do get some rest along the way. But if you've noticed, when you really do the meditation, isn't it very restful? When that door opens and that grace of the Holy Spirit comes in, if you notice the depth of the peace, that peace is so restorative. It restores us, it comforts us, it fills us, it lifts us, and it loves us all the way home. And therein is the journey and the end result or the goal, all in one. So I'm going to go on and on and on in a different way. Did you have any more you wanted to share?
No, I'll do it another time. I have another sharing, but I don't want to take up the whole day with that. I want to do question and answer too.
Well, yeah, but we still have time. For real. We're scheduled till, remember how we were doing like little meditations or wrap ups at the end previously?
Oh yeah. My mind's not really
Okay.
free to. I need to set it aside now.
All right. All right. Well, maybe after our break or something.
Yeah.
Or whenever. Okay, you guys. So, did we want to do a little meditation now to wrap it up? Remember how we were doing that before breaks?
It's up to you.
Let's do that. I'll lead us in unless you want to.
No, that's fine.
So I'm going to do just a short few-minute meditation to kind of just wrap this up for the moment, and then we'll take our break. And then after the break, of course, we'll come back for the Q&A. Okay? So just go ahead and close your eyes if you'd like. And once again, just bring your attention to the seat of the soul. And just allow yourself to just take in everything that was just presented. All the teachings, all the experiences that were just laid at your feet just now. Just take a look. Just allow your attention to be drawn towards all that which is there to serve you. And just take it in as you wish, freely, wherever that light shines for you. Those areas in which the truth was spoken, that is spoken to you. just as those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. It is up to us to listen, to see, to take the responsibility of now taking up that which was presented and taking it into ourselves to live so that we may have the experience ourselves to not only awaken us, but in truth, in that awakening is what brings us home. The true home in which we really know our oneness with God. But realizing, stepping into the oneness is collecting ourselves through each experience, collecting that which is laid down before us to pick up when we're ready and as we freely choose. So let's just take a few minutes here. And we're going to move into some few minutes of silence to integrate, to pick up, to take in, to look at that which has been laid before us to serve us. But it is up to us to freely choose, to work with, and to see how it can serve us for a greater fulfillment. Now just begin to offer up your gratitude to God. Just take a few moments to express your gratefulness, to share with God. And just remember, as you share with God, it opens the door by which you can also receive. So open the door so you can receive what God has for you. And now allow yourself to receive God's gratitude for you. Just continue receiving God's gratitude for you. As you wish to share more, just to have this reciprocal action back and forth, whether it's gratitude or loving, freedom, and joy, whatever you wish to share with God, let it open the door to also receive from God. Just always remember, this literally is a two-way street. That which you give, you shall receive. So keep giving to God, and just notice how your receiving shows up. And if you wish, you can continue this process. We're going to move into a break now. We'll take about 35 minutes. So you can stay in meditation if you wish, or whatever you want to do for this break. But we'll reconvene right around 4 o'clock our time, or just before. It's about 35 minutes from now. So that's Central Time.
All right, so communion in action. Thank you, Brian, for the guided meditation portion of the teaching today. My experience is best described as harmony in the moment. You were sharing about what supports you to come into alignment, and it reminds me of listening to the ILM talk on CD, Communion in Action. I have listened to that on numerous occasions, but last Thursday When I listened to it again, wowzers. So this is what spoke in me. Give everything up to God to open up the space within for the loving. And then you are able to love it all and live from who you truly are. It is so simple, isn't it? So now when I feel reaction or disturbance, I just say, I give this to you, God, and let go. Harmony. Can you share more of the truth of harmony? Thank you. Loving first, loving only.
You want me to start?
Yeah.
So I like what you're sharing here. This provides an opportunity to share another, I don't know whether to call it a difference or just the truth of really living the pathway of the Holy Spirit. Because I know this world, another word that often is associated with the word harmony is also balance. And it's only in this world of polarity that there's imbalance or things are out of harmony. Hang on just a second. Kelsey, our picture started to glitch a little bit. Did yours?
Not on my end.
Okay.
Do you
If it
see it,
does,
Tanya?
if it
Not
does,
on my end either. It's fine.
okay. If it does anymore, I might have to double check our connection a second.
Okay.
So, so coming back to that, so the harmony is something we strive for in this world. This polarity is always in a state of balance yet out of balance. Okay, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So it's based on polarity. In spirit is oneness. There's no polarity. In spirit, everything is automatically harmonious. Everything is automatically in balance. And you can't even use those words because in spirit and oneness, there's no need, those words don't exist because nothing is ever out of balance or anything is unharmonious. So when we, in this pathway here, speak of harmony, it is really more that experience of spirit, that is the action of the Holy Spirit as the oneness, that as we move into that flow of the Holy Spirit, it brings us into the harmony that it is. And the world will look at it as, call it the great harmonizer or the balancer, that which will bring balance, peace, harmony, joy, love, all the qualities of spirit, because those are the qualities of spirit that we have to open ourselves and move into to experience here. So this is an important thing to look at. And I want to say a couple things here, because a lot of times we'll, just like Jim was sharing today about how he started prayer, how many times we'll be drawn towards a spiritual action when we're in a place of disharmony or out of balance, seeking the harmony and balance. And that's a good thing because it'll begin us on our search and we'll look for that. The only problem is that often we'll always be looking to spirit for a period of time to make our physical lives better, our mental and emotional lives better. We'll seek harmony and balance, and we'll ask God and try to bring God into the world to create a better world, so to speak. And that's kind of a trap, because even though that does happen, it's not necessarily that we're bringing spirit into the world. It's really that we're bringing ourselves into spirit. And that's the dichotomy that most people don't recognize, is they think it's spirit coming into here, but in truth is it's us going into spirit. Because the only place that true harmony, balance, all that takes place is in spirit. So when we are in harmony, when we are in balance, is because we are in spirit, because we brought ourselves there. And that's a really key thing to remember. And this is a lot of the reason why Jim will say God first, God only. To get there, we've got to make God first. When you try to bring God into the world, you're making the world first. This seems like a simple little thing, but it's not. It's a big, big deal. And everybody in the world is pretty much confused about this. Everybody's trying to change the world, bring God into the world, heaven on earth. And that's the biggest, I don't want to say biggest, but maybe one of the biggest games that Lucifer has deceived and tricked people with that we believe. Sure, there's to be in the world, but not of the world. But that means we have to go into spirit to be able to be in the world, but not of it. But a lot of people don't understand that's how it works. That's why the whole phrase, Jesus even saying, you know, my kingdom's not of this world. It's in spirit. You know, God is a spirit. We have to go into spirit to worship or to love God. And that is one of the biggest things we try to share here over and over in all that we teach, is that we've really got to go into spirit, into God. God's here in everything already, but it's just where we focused. So when we focus into God, we get those qualities of God that are part of God, and harmony is one of those qualities, just one out of the many. And that's the only true harmonizer here, is that quality of God. Even peace, balance, tranquility, that all comes with spirit. So we've got to bring ourselves in there. The world keeps saying, seek balance, find the work-life balance, find balance, you know, all these things, but they think they know how to do it, and it's the mind. Well, in my schedule, I'm going to take time for myself, time for work, time for this. So everybody's trying to create balance in the world, but the focus is still the world. Have you ever tried to do that? I have. I never found balance doing that. I could never schedule my life and be balanced, ever. And I tried. I tried doing that with a budget and finances. I tried doing that with my work, service, play, whatever life. I tried doing all these things. And I never found any kind of solution or resolution. The only place I found any of that was literally by going into spirit, doing this pathway in meditation. And that's a big deal. So I'll leave that alone. Maybe I said too much already. Go ahead, your turn.
You know, I think everybody has a different interpretation for harmony. And I think a lot of people really have never experienced true harmony because they just haven't searched for it. It's something we really have to make an effort to be in harmony. And harmony is about being in harmony with nature, being in harmony with yourself, being in harmony with a friend or people. There's a lot of different actions of harmony that can take place. For me, harmony is being in harmony with myself. In other words, being in alignment, standing in my own truth, living my truth. Then I'm in harmony because all parts of myself are in agreement and working together and working towards the same goal, if you will. And that to me is the true harmony. And we can have a moment of harmony with other people, but I've never really been in true harmony with another person for a very long period of time, because things happen in the world. You stand still and the world goes around you, and as it goes around you, it's 10 different things coming at you at one time. Thoughts, feelings, actions, reactions. I don't know, it's just all kinds of things. So to me, true harmony is inside and with myself. And when I find that, then I find that I'm in harmony with God, I'm in harmony with the universe, I'm in harmony with spirit, I'm in harmony for that moment. And then it's just a matter of how to stay in harmony, because it's very easy to be thrown out out of harmony, if you will, because of, again, the distractions of the world, the distractions of other people. A certain word is said, and out you go from harmony and back into reaction. So for me, the easiest place to find harmony is to go inside and touch into that truth inside of me, the loving, the caring, and live into that. And that's where harmony comes from for me.
And I think you actually found it when you brought up the communion and action talk.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that says you're finding that through that practice of communion and action, it's bringing you into harmony, because that's what it really does. It's not just about outer communication. It's really about an inner action and those steps we can take to come into that communion with God. And automatically you'll find harmony in that. Cool.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Question. Am I one soul incarnated in one body at a time? Thank you, thank you, thank you, and loving.
That's your area. I don't even want to touch that one.
We incarnate one body at a time. Thank God. I'd hate to have a body over in India that's part me, and I've split personality-wise there, and then I have another body in England, and there's a lot of storylines out there in the metaphysical world of multi-incarnations, and I will just say that the soul is one soul, and when the soul is looking for experience, it chooses one body to have experience in and to learn and to grow. And when it's completed in that body, then it'll move on to the next unless it's liberated. And yeah, so I would just say one body, one soul, one soul, one body. And I hope that answers it. If not, let me know. I'll come up with some other lie.
All righty. Next question. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Thanks so much for the talks and meditations today, and for your incredible generosity in sharing your wisdom and experience and loving so freely. I was really surprised by the idea that God has gratitude for me. It was a totally new concept and brought tears to my eyes. It made me realize that up to now, I've had an unarticulated belief that God wasn't even aware of my individual existence. So thank you for that. My question is, what is God grateful for? What does my individual existence give God? Is it so God can experience a deeper, further experience of itself? Or is it to create even greater loving because we're all returning to God and loving out of choice after having been separated from it? I look forward to your reflections with much love and loving.
You just answered it. That was the answer. Those two things put together is a very, very profound answer. And it means it's at some level you know the greater truth of it all, because you wouldn't have said that so clearly without somehow inside of you knowing that to be the truth. Because God is loving, and God experiences loving by loving us individually, collectively, that movement of loving, and then receiving loving from us. Then the circuit is closed. It's a giving and receiving. And that's when God is in the greatest of love with us, and the greatest of love is within us is with Him, because we are experiencing that energy flow of loving. So if you just look at those two statements that you gave, you've got the answer. Period. That's it.
I like, because with God, I like to say it's not an either or, it's an and. In polarity in this world, it's always either or. In God, it's and, because remember, God is in all things. God created all things. In another verse out of the Bible, it seems to be my day for that. God created God created all things, and God also said it is good. So if God thinks all of God's creation is good, including what we call not so good, that says something right there. In other words, God loves all of God's creation. That by itself makes it good. And the soul is that living, loving expression of God. So that which is God going into all of God's creation to experience all the goodness is one, a fulfillment for God, but therein lies the gratitude. As God loves all of God's creation, there's the fulfillment, and gratitude is just, to me, another word, if you will, to express that movement of loving being fulfilled. To me, that's actually that's kind of cool. I never thought of it that way. When I experience gratitude, that's kind of my experience, is loving fulfilled. It's a nice way. I've never really expressed it that way.
I don't
I
think
like
so.
that. Because that's actually my inner experience. When I have true gratitude, I literally feel like it's loving fulfilled. But also in my gratitude, I experience a giving or a return of the loving. Like I am filled to fulfillment. And in that now, it's like giving that loving up to God. So it's exactly what Jim said, the whole circle of that. And to me, that is the fulfillment. So thank you for that. That's actually gives me a different twist or look at, actually. Because to me, gratitude is also one of completion. That's what I use the word fulfillment with. And that's what I look for. You know, if you guys haven't noticed over the years, one of the things I've done or been doing in my expression of the Spirit is I always use the word fulfillment. I very, very seldom use words like karma clearing, karmic completion. I usually use the word fulfillment because in the word fulfillment, not only are karmas cleared and karmas fulfilled or learned, but to me, that's just the reflection. The real fulfillment is the soul returning home to God. That's loving, fulfilling itself. And automatically, karmas are going to get done, karmas are going to get completed, karmas are going to get cleared. I guess you could say my perspective and the way I share, if you put it in polarity, you could maybe look at it as more of a positive way to view it rather than a negative. But it's also a way I try to share more of the fulfillment of loving itself rather than making it about the world of beginning and endings. So I'll leave it at that for now. I try to really, what I'm saying is I try to attempt the best I can in any moment to let my words reflect more of that movement of spirit rather than metaphysical words of polarity and duality in the world of positive, negative. I guess that's another way to say the way I try to express all of this. And sometimes it works well, and other times it's just an attempt. All right, Kelsey.
Okay.
Thank you, Kelsey. You're doing a great job, by the way. You always have reading the questions, so thank you. There's some gratitude.
Thank you.
For real, I love doing it this way. This
Yeah,
is so.
I do
This has
too.
been so awesome since we started doing it like this.
And I like not knowing who is asking. It allows me just to answer the truth as I see it and not try to base it on, okay, I need to talk to them this way or something.
Nice. That's great. That's great. I'm grateful to be of service in this way. It's fun for me. So we're all happy. So the question before about the soul and the body, one soul, one body.
Yeah,
just going to address it because it's so fresh. The person wrote back and they just want to know if you said that you would come up with another lie. The person said your answer was simple and complete until you said, to let you know if it answered my question, and if not, you'd come up with some other lie. Is that what you said? If it was, Brian, I know for sure it was a joke. It was a joke, right?
It was a
Or
joke.
Brian rubbing off on you.
It was a joke.
Yes, Brian's rubbing off on him.
Just wanted to get that answered for this
Well,
person.
I will say something, just, I don't want to because the mind will go with stuff, but just to add a little clarity, hopefully, without adding more questions. So a lot of what people don't understand in a lot of the metaphysical world, and this is why in the past you've heard us talk about the three selves, right? The me, myself, and I. And the me, myself, and I are all contained within the soul. So those basic self, conscious self, higher self, those are part of this world. They're all a reflection out of spirit, okay? So just like you have the child of God, you have the inner child, which is the basic self here in our consciousness, the animal nature. So those other selves, the basic self, the conscious self, the high self, those are other consciousness of the world. Just like Jim has talked about, when the soul evolves, not the soul, but when the consciousness here evolves, the animal nature, as it goes through the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, and then when it evolves enough, it now moves into the human kingdom, okay? And in the human kingdom is where now the soul embodies. So Jim's answer is one soul to one body, okay? That's the answer for your question, to be specific. The other part where I think a lot of people, there's misunderstandings to say the least, is referring more to those other selves. You've heard us talk in the past, like a lot of people think the high self is the soul. You've heard us describe the high self is not the soul. The high self is just really the higher mind. The conscious self is the lower mind. The basic self is really more that component that is more physical, emotional in nature. The me, the myself, and I. Not the I am. The soul is the I am. Me, myself, and I is that physical, emotional component, the lower mind, higher mind. So those other selves that are, in a sense, embodied within this physical consciousness, and the soul embodies all of that, is where the confusion often lies. And I mean lies as in, yes, it's a lie and deception, and that's where it's sitting or resting or laying in. And so all these other selves, I think, is where a lot of people don't have the understanding or clarity. And I'm not saying I have the full understanding and clarity, okay? Because those other selves, if you heard Jim share, even like his past cat that he had, well, he met on another level, and that cat now evolved and was taking on a human body. Well, so you've got a basic self incarnating in that body, and then the soul that comes into the body to give it life, so that basic self now can continue its process of evolvement. Okay? So hopefully what I'm sharing is making sense. You've got the soul from spirit, but then the consciousness here, that's just a reflection, but it's the animal nature. So those other aspects of the self and the world, this is all part of self-realization, me, myself, and I, not soul realization. That's the difference. Most all of the world looks at me, myself, and I and thinks that is soul realization, when in truth, it's not about the soul or God. And therein lies the confusion. So I hope that makes at least a little sense, that it's those other cells that also reincarnate, that sometimes those basic cells or higher selves can also be in other bodies, and it's not necessarily the same one our soul, who we are, always utilizes every time it reincarnates. So in other words, the soul could be in one body, but it could be a different basic self than another lifetime because that basic self is somewhere else. Okay? I hope that makes sense. And I think it's that process that you're probably wondering or asking about. And therein lies, again, the confusion that most people have. They think these other selves are the soul, and they're not the soul. And I'll leave it at that. Hopefully I helped give clarity and not cause more confusion.
Just remember, one soul, one body.
Yes, there you go.
Who cares about all the components of the body?
But
Just one soul, one body.
did I do a little justice on explaining that? I
A
hope?
little, yeah.
Okay. We've had this conversation many times over the years. It's, yeah, so. And if your mind's going crazy, move on. It's not worth it. It's not going to make one bit of difference for your soul's awakening and liberation. It really doesn't matter one bit. It's just, this is information, okay? This isn't the practical experiential stuff that's going to help you get liberated. But the mind wants to know. I'm the same way, you guys. I went through the same thing. That's why I'm laughing and not, making it bad or wrong, because I went through a lot of this. Probably drove Jim crazy. All right, Kelsey, let's move on before I get in more trouble.
All righty. This is a sharing. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, this past week I have been using Jim's meditation, Live in the Movement of Loving, from 11/12/2017. At the end of my meditation this morning, it came to me to continuously ask, who am I? And to respond, I am peace, joy, abundance, and loving. This feels so real now and quiets my chatty mind because of the depth of assurance that comes with that statement. Also quiets my thoughts and feels peaceful. Beautiful sharings today. My love and gratitude to all.
Thank you.
That's a great awareness and a great awakening. When you begin to realize and know that to be the truth, life changes. Life does change, inside and even outside. So I'm very happy for you for that.
Amen to that. Seriously. Thank you. Very nice sharing. That makes us happy. Believe me, when we hear our disciples really growing and coming into that greater awareness that comes with soul awareness, it's fantastic. That fulfills us. That's why we're here. Literally, there'd be no other reason for Jim and I to be here. So when we hear people waking up and knowing the truth of themselves, that's the fulfillment for us. So thank you.
Okay, this is my first time meditating with you.
Oh, wonderful. That's awesome. I love it. I hope it was good. And if not, hopefully it brought up stuff we can start to clear. Go ahead, Kel. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm not really sure I get it, meaning my connection with God. I believe with my whole heart in God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. I'm joining because I am completely broke and in debt. I don't know how to get out of it. I'm married with 2 daughters and a granddaughter. I feel like a complete failure in my duty to provide for them. I don't know how to move forward, and I'm open to any suggestions you may have. Thank you.
Well, meditation is really about developing a one-on-one relationship with God and your soul, about you waking up and knowing the truth of that, to know your own soul and to know your soul is in God, in loving. All right now it is. It doesn't become something, it is something in God. And I would say if you're really having challenges in the world like you're talking about, then meditate every day, 15 minutes, a half hour, whatever works for you. We recommend chanting the HU, H-U, or Anihu, A-N-I-H-U. Those are both sacred names of God, spoken names of God. And those names can begin to clear karma and lift your consciousness higher. And by chanting that and then pausing for a while and being still to see if the peace comes in or what does come in for you. And I think that in time you'll find that you'll begin to feel an inner connection to greater loving, greater spiritual movement, whatever you might call it. But in that, in your meditation every day, bow to God and say, God, I turn everything over to you. I do not have any answers or solutions. I have a lot of challenges. And I just ask you to enter into the challenges with me and assist me in walking through them and fulfilling them so that I can come out on the other side in a much better place in the world. And I can also assist other people as well in that process. And then see what happens, but do it daily. God said, ask and you shall receive. God does not impose upon us. God offers us the opportunity. So ask God to enter into your life. Ask God to enter into the problem. Ask God, and then let God unfold it before you, kind of lead you the way, show you the way, and there'll be a way, believe me, it'll come forward. I don't know what it'll look like. I don't know who will bring it to you or what will bring it to you, or if you'll just know it all of a sudden. So trust in God in that moment and let's see what can happen. And the other thing is ask Jesus and the Holy Spirit to walk with you every day. Every day. I ask for the Christ to go before me and clear away any and all negativity, imbalances, and karma that could distract me from my vision of God. I do that the moment I wake up. And I just look up inside and I say, oh, Lord Christ, just go before me now, clearing away any and all negativity, imbalance, and karma, that I not be distracted from you, that I stay focused upon you and your loving, and that you walk with me every step of the way as we come into fulfillment together. So that's what I'd be doing. I can't say I know of any secrets in the world for financial gain or this or that or the other. There's all kinds of things out there, but I'd say be cautious. But trust in God, and God will lead you in the right path to have what it is you're asking. Because I know, I have lived it. Ask and you shall receive. But you have to ask from a place of loving, a place of vulnerability, just a place of you wanting from God that which you want and need. God will give, you're a child of God, and God will give his children everything in their time. So be patient, be loving, and stay perseverant in this action.
One of the things that is really nice when we do Q&A and share like this, it often takes that first step of what Jim just said of asking, because when we ask, we actually open our consciousness to allow now the Holy Spirit to work with us. And that's the humility and bowing down and everything I was saying earlier. We have to bring ourselves to a place of where we get that honest with ourselves, like you're doing here. So literally by you writing in and being this honest, that honesty or the truth sets you free. So in doing that and expressing it and asking, those are all the steps that literally opens the door in our consciousness so the Holy Spirit can come in. And that's what goes on here regularly. So you just by you doing this right now is opening the door for what Jim just shared to take place with you. And then it's up to each of us, or in this case you, to continue now what you began here. And you can do that on a daily basis. Ask before you go to bed at night, ask before you meditate, whatever that is, and do the best you can to really give it up to God and focus on God. Because if all you do is go into meditation and focus on the challenge, then by that focus, sometimes it doesn't allow God in there.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of us struggle. It's easy to get caught up in our challenge and not be able to turn away from it, even briefly. But that's a worthy challenge to say, okay, at this time of meditation, I'm really going to do what I can to focus on God rather than the challenge. And that's part of what we mean when we say give it up to God. Really, when we're giving up to God, it's because we're so focused down and out onto the challenge and the world that there's no giving up, let alone looking up. That's why you'll hear us talk first to look up, and then the looking up, we can give up. Okay, it goes together. Another way that I learned is wherever I look is where I go. So if I'm looking down and out, that's where I go. If I look in and up, that's where I go. So it is literally this simple action you see me doing right here. That's the simplicity, but we have to do it in our consciousness. And that's why the prayer / meditation, working with the sacred name, is really the key to all of this. It really is. And here's the other thing. It may not seem like it now, but at some point, well, you heard Jim's story today when he talked about his polio as a kid. That started him really practicing the prayer and meditation and forgiveness. That was the door opener. This may be the very experience in your life that is going to really open the door for you to the whole next journey for yourself. Because when somebody truly starts this pathway, it's a different pathway. It's like what I shared today. Is it preaching or teaching? Well, most people preach. What we do here is teach, but then each student has to really now practice and put to use what the teachings are. So if you really start putting to use the teachings like Jim just described, that's the how as well as the what. Then it'll start to unfold, and that'll literally what gets you on the pathway. And then God will come in and support you. And this is not uncommon. This happens for just about every single disciple on this path. That there will often be some type of situation in life that is a turning point. As hard as it is, or as bad as it looks sometimes, the good news is often in those moments of desperation, it literally gets us to turn to really do something different than what we had been doing. So in other words, we're going to take what maybe you were believing in and now put it into practice. And you just make adjustments as you go. And just like we are sharing today, you'll learn through your experience where you've been living a belief system that maybe wasn't an accurate one that was working for you, and where you have been. And this is a time of trial and error, or I like to say a time of testing things out. I like to say do experiments. Practice, experiment with these teachings, because in doing so, you're going to have experience and start to see what is true and real and authentic and what's not. And as you do the experiment, you'll see doors open up for you. And other things that aren't meant to be, the doors will close or they won't open at all. And that's the good news. So keep at it. The biggest key is to take action steps. Even if you're not sure, get up and start taking action. Even if that only action is just a meditation, which is really the best action you can take anyway. I always find whenever I have a question, a confusion, a doubt, a fear inside of me, it's rare I figure it out just trying to figure it out with my mind. Those are the moments I literally will go lay down and meditate. And as soon as I let go of that focus and open up to spirit and just spend as much time, even if it's just a few minutes, and I'm really focused on the spirit, I'll tell you what, right in that presence of spirit, whatever I'm going through, it starts to lift, or all of a sudden, I just know what I need to do next. Happens all the time for me that way. So you try this yourself. This is all about you having your experience. So try that out and see what unfolds for you.
And this is being recorded, and you can get back online at our ilm.org and listen to it. And if you have any questions or need assistance in finding the recording the first time, you write into ILM.
Yeah, right here, same one, info@ilm.org, or you just go to the YouTube channel. It's on our YouTube channel too. You'll
Oh, that's
find
right.
today's recording.
That's
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Okay. That's Inner Light Ministries, A Path of Sound and Light.
Mhm.
All right. I hope that helps, and we're here for you. We'll root you on, that's for sure.
Question and answer. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey,
They
I'm
have the answer to their question already? Is that what I heard?
I mean, that's the subject line, so possibly we'll find out soon.
That'll be easy then.
I'm so grateful for the class today and for you, all of you, all of you do to us, supporting us on our journey towards God. Thank you. I have a question which I keep thinking, and because it causes some disturbance and fear in me, I would like to have some clarity about it. I have some friends who believe in that the COVID vaccines cause great harm to people. Even they think that after a vaccinated person died, their soul goes down to hell immediately.
God bless, God bless.
I have been thinking.
There's our answer. It's laughter.
I have been thinking this on and off, and what I came out of it with is the vaccine can have an effect on the body, but as you always say, nothing can harm the soul. So it cannot harm the soul, yes?
Correct.
That's right.
And if the above one is true, then is it true for non-initiated people as well?
Of course.
Oh, yes, very much so.
The soul is a soul. That's part of God. That has nothing to do with initiation or not. Initiation is about getting liberated. Initiation, this pathway is for when a soul is ready to finish up in this physical creation and actually go home to God in the spiritual creation. That's the only difference. That's what this pathway is here for. Was there more, Kelsey?
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Okay, yeah, well, let me go ahead and share a little more.
Okay, can I read the last bit real quick because it's part of it?
That'd
Oh,
be
good,
better.
okay.
She just said, thank you very much for your answer because it risen some fear up in me because I have been vaccinated as well. And then after you share, she has
too.
another question.
You're going to hell then.
I know.
eternally.
Oh boy, new experience. Go ahead and finish, and then I'll say something.
Well, are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said there's another question after you're done addressing this piece.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're laughing obviously because it's just silly.
When we've heard it before.
Yeah, it's literally it's silly. It's just nonsense silly. These are the people, and I know there's a lot of them, and I know people get offended by what I'm saying, but I don't give a flying Holy Spirit. You get what you focus on. If you believe that garbage, guess what? You get to live out your belief system
Yeah.
to some degree, to some degree. So if somebody really, really, really believes that, they might experience a little bit of a hell because of that belief, but it's just temporary. Nothing's eternal other than the soul. The body's part of this world. The body's already in hell, part of hell, going to hell, never left hell, okay? That's the reality. The body, mind, emotions, all of this is hell. The physical creation is literally hell. And I mean that. It's literally what God created, the heavens and the earth, okay? The earth was void and without form. So all this void is hell. Heaven is the spiritual realms, the physical realms of physical, astral, causal, mental, etheric is what hell is. So everything that is just a reflection part of this is in hell, including vaccines, including non-vaccines, including unvaccinated bodies, including vaccinated bodies. The vaccine has nothing, absolutely nothing to do and can do anything with or for or against the soul at all. And that goes true for anything. The foods we do, the belief systems that we have, the emotions we go through, whether we believe in heaven or hell, whether we sinned or not sinned, all of that stuff. That's literally the garbage of this creation that Lucifer's game and traps to keep the souls in bondage. Because if the soul believes all of that, the soul will get caught up in here and be here for a while. Notice I said be here for a while. So all it is just by the belief systems, the reactions, all that. That's what this pathway is for, is to learn how to do loving, accepting, forgiving, and the meditation with the keys to the kingdom to literally get out of hell. And the only thing that can leave here is the soul, because the soul is the only thing that came here out of the spiritual realms. That's the reality of this. That's the simplicity. That's the ordinariness of it. But the world and the mind and everything here is going to create all these games, all these fears, because the more it can do that, the more it can try to deceive us so that we buy into it. And buying into it is what just keeps us here a little longer. Doesn't matter if you get vaccinated or you don't get vaccinated. It has nothing to do with the soul, no matter what. And think about it. This body is going to die at some point, whether you're vaccinated or not. You're going to die of something, even if it's just old age, or you trip and hit your head and die today on your way out the door. I mean, literally, it's pointless to even worry about these things. And the people who spend so much time caught up and worried about this or politics or anything else, you're just doing yourself a disservice. All you're doing is keeping yourself here longer. Don't be one of those people. You will be, though. That's where your lessons are. That's the reality, and that's not a bad thing. People who get caught up in this is because that's where their lessons are. When people get really reactive and upset about, I don't care if it's the politics or vaccines or anything, that's just where the lessons are. There's plenty of people who aren't all upset about that or caught up in it because they don't have lessons in those areas. So if you hear what I'm saying, I'm not making anything right or wrong. We've got to let go of right and wrong to really get liberated. And that's what we're doing here. We're not about patriotism here. We're not about wrongness or rightness. We're not about good or bad. We're about God. We're about fulfillment. We're about loving and accepting, forgiving. So we have to practice those things if we want what goes with it. If you want to practice all these other deceptions of the world, you get what goes with it. Like I said earlier, you get what you focus on. So if you want God, you focus on God. If you want the lies of the world, you focus on the lies of the world because it's full of them. That's why we have the games. That's why you see us joke around. That's why you see us laugh, because some of it gets pretty silly. Just like what you said, the unfortunate thing is people believe that stuff. But, at some point you realize this is silly nonsense. And we're all believing some level of silly nonsense at some point or another. Believe me, I have plenty in my own life. That's why I can laugh now. I wasn't laughing then. So have a good laugh. If you find yourself in reaction, practice the LAF. Why do you think we have that? We don't have rules and regulations here. We have LAF here. We have ways of being, so we can practice and really do what spirit is. Not a mental belief or religion or politic or anything. It's just spiritual qualities or aspects of God is all we're trying to do here, so we truly fulfill our spiritual journey, because we are of spirit, not of this world. We're just borrowing the vehicle here in the world so our soul or the spirit can have experience of this creation to know this part of God. And when we're wrapping it up, well, this is how you wrap it up. Get initiated, practice the meditation on the sacred name, practice LAF, and a responsibility for your thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions.
And God is loving, and all of the spiritual creation that God brought forward is filled with loving. And its whole action and movement is based on loving. These lower creations do not have that planted here. The ruler of this creation is Lucifer, and he lives off of fear, and he controls through fear. So he does everything he can to cause fear in this world to keep us bound here. And what you're hearing from these people is just that action of fear, trying to control, trying to, lay blame, whatever it might be, but it's not going to get anywhere. They're having a hard time expressing. Millions of people, hundreds of millions of people have been vaccinated around the world, and hundreds of millions of people aren't dying at the same rate, at the same time, or the same process. It's throwing them for a loop, but they're still making excuses, and they're still making reason why. So, trust in yourself, trust in your knowing, trust in God, trust in loving. Don't follow fear. That was a
Okay,
good question. Thank you. I think
both
there
your
was one.
answers are amazing.
You said there was one more thing?
Yeah, another question. In one of my meditations this weekend, I was kind of floating or walking on a consistently changing ground. It was like lava or clouds. I was above it. It went up slightly, and I was kind of going up as well. I could not see the end of it, just like walking on clouds. Where was I probably? It was a peaceful place. Thank you and hugs, your loving initiate.
Well, that's in the higher causal or the higher emotional level. And those clouds are moving you inward and upward now. There's just like in the high, there's a lower mind and a higher mind. There's a lower causal region and a higher. When you get into the higher causal region, the energy is carrying you up into the mind, the mental region. And if you're in the lower part of the causal, it's ever focusing back down into the world and getting caught up in it. So the clouds are telling you now that you've moved up into the higher causal or emotional realm and are moving upward. And there's nothing you have to do but just stay on the cloud, as you say, and keep moving up. It will carry you. You don't have to make it happen. So keep doing the meditation. That's the key. That's the food or the fuel for you to keep moving higher now.
Anything from you, Brian, or you good?
No, that's good.
Okay. Okay, dear Kelsey, Jim, and Brian, thank you so much for your talks today. Jim was most meaningful for me because my sister had polio at age 2.
No.
And I am reminded how much she had to accept it throughout her lifetime. And I have had to do the acceptance many times with my own struggles with health and situations. It was good to be reminded of the work to constantly accept over and over. Thank you, Brian, for your talk. I am now doing the work of looking at my reactions to someone in my life who is very controlling, manipulating, and I'm feeling guilty. The little girl who is doing it wrong. It seems that the more I listen to your talk and look at my fears and reactions and anxiety, the worse I feel. I bring the forgiveness in and the loving in, but I feel that I am seeing it all very clearly and feeling sad and anxious. Letting go isn't easy. I need a quick course correction. Thank you with much gratitude and loving, your initiate.
So what's the course credit attitude?
Oh,
I started to say gratitude.
there you go. Yeah, give me a moment here. Because sometimes you got to begin to look for a different path, so to speak, not spiritually. I'm talking about in the world. Sometimes you got to look as a different path or a different plan of action, maybe physically, but definitely mentally and emotionally. See, this is where I do the confessions and counselings class. This kind of question you're sharing is one that would be good for that class, because this is based around our beliefs, our reactions, our attitudes, and the things running inside of us. And early childhood will often set us up with those patterns. Let me see if I can kind of go into this to give an example to maybe bring some clarity. So in this case, you brought up like your sister, and it wasn't you. Okay, so this is a different type of thing. So the person themselves has their own process, just like you heard Jim share about his process, okay? But then the people around that person have their process with whatever's going on and what it brings up inside of them. So we've got to look at our process in relation to others, okay? There's one part of it. The other part of it is we're all brought up with certain beliefs, how we're raised of what's right, what's wrong. Okay, our parents, our people around us, elders, politicians, church leaders, all of that, they all give their opinions and how we should live. So no matter where it's from, though, what we take on and what we're living. So when we're told we need to be a certain way, and if we're not that way, we will often go into self-judgment because other people have judged us and made us wrong. So now we've learned to do that and make ourselves wrong and judge ourselves. So we're going to feel guilt and shame just even thinking that way, let alone the experience. Like part of it, when we have somebody, now to kind of tie this a little bit into like your sister who had the polio, well, surrounding all that, whatever she was going through, whether she felt sorry for herself or judgment of self or what other people did around her, well, then there's the aspect of maybe what you were taught or how you were supposed to be around her. And if you weren't that way, then blame or wrongness was laid on you. And so there's guilt and shame. So in other words, if you don't behave in such a way like you were taught, automatically is going to run this pattern inside of you. So to simplify that a little bit, we may learn we need to be good to others. We need to always make others first. We need to be more sensitive to them. They're more important to us. Their feelings and what's going on for them matters more than our own thoughts and feelings, right? So we learn to sacrifice ourselves for others. So we are ever trying to people please, to make them happy at the expense of our own happiness. So that's a lot of the conditioning here. We're taught to be a certain way, so we sacrifice ourselves, and yet all we're doing is hurting ourselves. Well, people don't understand when we take care of ourselves in the truest sense with self-love, not self-centeredness, self-love, automatically we're going to be sharing that love with others. That's the true service, true taking care of, where everybody's honored. That way it's not a me or them or an either or. Because a lot of people think, wow, okay, now, especially for somebody in a position like I'm sharing now that it sounds like you're in, if you've learned to make others first and their happiness, then anytime you start making yourself first and your happiness, automatically the wiring in you means they're not going to be happy. So you're at a major crossroads in yourself. You think if you take care of yourself and then bring happiness to yourself, automatically that's going to disturb them because it's not about them first. But yet that's not true. When you truly make yourself first, in the way I'm saying with self-love spiritually, automatically that overflows to them. But you don't have it wired in yourself that way. You've got it wired so that automatically, if you try to make yourself first with self-love, automatically it's going to cause reaction in them. They won't feel like you love them anymore. They won't feel important because you're not people pleasing, in other words. But yet you can still be kind to them. You can still be caring. You can still be loving with them. You just change where the main focus is. Rather than them being the main focus, you're the main focus. And then you can have relationship with them, but it's just in a different place inside of you. So it's you doing that inner work to find a way to start practicing self-love first without sacrificing your own feelings. You can still be there and in relationship with them, but that doesn't mean you have to sacrifice yourself. You can still be true to you and honor you, and they may love that and they may not, because maybe they're so used to you making them first at your expense that just because you're doing something different, they may go into major reaction and feel rejected or not loved by you anymore. But that's okay. That's part of the transformation of the relationship. And that's where the experiment is. Most of the time, though, whenever you've probably tried that, as soon as the other person reacts, you probably go into fear and then go into pleasing them again. That's what it sounds like. Okay, I'm kind of making an assumption, but I've learned over all the years that's usually the case when I hear somebody still in a struggle, that they're in process and it's not completed yet. So yes, it'll take time and a gradualness of making yourself first. Again, by loving yourself first, not becoming self-centered and not caring about others. And that, to me, that's the unfortunate thing. A lot of people sometimes think the way we talk in here about making yourself first, often people think that's not being caring to others. It's like, that's totally wrong. What's really we're doing is saying you fill yourself with loving, and then that loving is going to spill out to others. It's just the focus is going to be more on you and God first, not on somebody else first. And definitely not on trying to make somebody happy when they're not even happy themselves. So if you go back to like your sister earlier on, if I don't know what her state of attitude was, but if she was in a place of self-pity and feeling bad for herself, more than likely you bought into, okay, I should support her self-pity and feeling bad for herself and not upset that. And if you do anything different, that may upset her. And then in that, because you upset her, you may be the bad daughter. You may be thinking you're bad or judging yourself. So you've learned to support self-pity. Is it making sense? You've learned to support self-pity. Not the condition, but self-pity. So that conditioning we learn as children walks with us. So that as we're even adults and older now, we learn to support self-pity. And then we put it in on ourselves. When we're not getting what we need from other people, we go into self-pity. And then in our self-pity, we literally try to get others to feel bad for us, thinking that when others feel bad for us, that's getting their love. It started out here with your sister, but now it's internalized here inside of yourself. So when you feel bad for yourself, go into self-pity, you're crying and hurting, you now use that on other people to get them to love you. But it's not real love. It's the same thing that was done to you around your sister. Now you can run with other people on you. And if they don't give that to you, you think they're rejecting you, they don't love you. And so then you try harder. You feel more miserable. You go into more self-pity, thinking if it's bad enough, then they'll finally do something or finally wake up and realize, hey, I'm in worse condition than you are. You know, what is it? Who's got the biggest sob story? Whoever has the biggest sob story will get the most attention. But yet that's not really the attention we want, because it's not based on love. But then if we don't care about somebody in their sob story, we're automatically a bad person because we don't care. Oh my God, they're feeling so bad. I should care. I should be there for them. I should do everything for them, just like you probably learned with your sister. You should be there and do everything for her because she can't for herself. Hopefully what I'm sharing is answering something there, because we've got to look at these patterns and get that clarity and understanding to see those patterns, how they play out in our lives with other people, within ourselves, and how we work that. And what happens? Well, ultimately, it always comes back to what Jim shared today, the self-forgiveness. We've got to definitely go in and work in forgiving ourselves for running these patterns, judging ourselves, and how we've played these on other people. Me, I've taken the inner work and now try to practice that with the outer as well. So in other words, the people in my life that I'm experiencing things with, I will at least attempt to have conversation around that and let people know, look, this relationship we have and what's going on here doesn't work for me. And probably doesn't work for you because you're in reaction too, but I'm letting you know I'm definitely in reaction. I don't like it. I don't want to be in reaction anymore. I want to find a way to do it differently. I mean, that's what I'll do. I'll have these conversations with people and I'll invite them into the process with me and say, hey, are you willing to look at this and work with me in finding a different way for us to be able to be in relationship and not this way because it's disturbing? I'm not having any fun, are you? I'll invite people in, but you see, most people are too scared to do that because those types of conversations, they're always upsetting. They're always reactive. There's no way around it. So people will avoid it because it's so uncomfortable. I've just learned to stop avoiding the uncomfortable conversation. Go have them. But sure, be nice. Start with forgiveness. Say, hey, I'm learning how to forgive myself. I'm learning how to accept myself and all my reactions, my upset and what I'm going through. And I'm working on learning how to do that with others. And so I'll literally take the LAF process I do internally and attempt to do what I can externally and express and share that with people around me. And then when I do that, I'll find some people will do that with me, and then it actually balances and heals things where we come into harmony, like we were sharing earlier. And other people, they don't want to do that. Other people would rather stay in that place of disharmony, upset, and reaction, because in running that, they're trying to feed on the pattern like what we are talking about here. Because they just want to keep feeding the pattern of like, wow, feel bad for me so that I get your love. Even though that's not really love. But yet that's what people will run. So I'm going to stop a sec because I've been talking a lot about this, but I hope.
Let me say
Yes, go.
something. The thing I would do is this. I would carry around with me a small journal, a notebook, something that you can get a hold of easily and write things down. If you don't do that, then have something at bed where you can write something down. If you're doing it at home at night in bed, look over the day and say, where did I take care of myself first? Where did I put myself first and take care of myself? And where did I sacrifice myself and make other people more important? And write that down. That'll begin to give you an understanding of how you do it, what you do, and help you to begin to look and see, is there a different way I can do this now? And it'll just make you more aware of the moment of the day. And oh my God, I'm giving myself away again. I'm not taking care of me first. I'm putting them first. And that's where we get hurt, is when we make them first. Also, God says, give of your overflow. Do not give in a way that it hurts you. When it hurts you, you do no good for yourself nor the other person. But if you give of the overflow of your love, then you serve the other person, but you take care of yourself at the same time, because you're not hurting yourself. You're not giving away something you don't really have to give. And that's often the case in what you're describing. You're trying to give away love, but you're not, because you've given all your love away and it's just not there to give so easily. So begin doing this to find out how and what and where and who you're giving yourself away to, and how is it when that shows up inside of you that you're taking good care of yourself and putting yourself first, that it'll give you a tool by which to measure your day and the moment of the day. But remember, give of your overflow. So in your meditation, ask to be filled with loving. But in order to have yourself be filled with loving, you need to share your loving with God. Share your loving with God, and God will automatically fill you with loving. And you just have to then be open and receive the loving. That's the other part of it. It's giving and receiving. We have to be good givers and we have to be good receivers. When God's love fills you up, it will fill you up to overflowing. And then you just have all this love to share with other people, and you're not going to ever hurt yourself. You're not going to be depleted. You're not going to be taken advantage of. And so look at all that and let's see just what can happen.
I'm taking notes. Give me a second.
Sure.
That was so good. It's all so good, but I wanted to make sure I wrote that down. Okay. Are you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. More about a dream. Hi, Jim, Brian, Kelsey. Thank you for this joyful yet deeply peaceful class experience. I smiled when hearing how Brian's dad liked the music in church. Me too. Lately, I've noticed as I'm chanting, I've been lingering on each of the names in a way that's like singing during meditation. I'm curious to hear more about the part of a dream I shared last week about where I thought I heard my dad and then Joe in the next room. I'd like clarification on how to be with, take action with, or just understand more about karma with my dad and with Joe. I have mostly thought my karma was with my mom, how it has shown up in relationships with women. So I was surprised when Brian shared that I had or have karma with two important males in my life. Questions. My dad has passed. How could I still have karma with him now? Both men I've felt have brought mostly positive lessons. So how does karma present in my life? If it is about doing LAF, I'm unsure of what approach to take. With joyfully loving devotion, your initiate.
You want me to start, or do you want?
Well, I was going to say one thing to remember, and then I'll let Brian talk, is there's good karma and there's bad karma, positive karma, negative karma. We have to learn from all of it. There are lessons for us in good karma, and there's lessons in the bad karma, if you will. And so it's we don't want to avoid karma because that's where our lessons are. And so there may be good karma that was there for you, but you didn't open to receive it. You didn't allow it in, and you felt unworthy, or you didn't understand where they were coming from. Or there's bad karma in the sense that there are lessons there for you to learn about yourself that you have avoided. And now it's time to take it on and learn it. And the person is dead, yes, but that doesn't mean the karmas are dead. They still live in you. It's not about them. They just were reflecting back to you a lesson that you needed to learn. But you can now learn that for yourself if you just spend time in meditation and allow the lessons to rise up and see if you can begin to learn from them. It'll be simple lessons because karma and the lessons that we are here to learn from are very simple. But we make them very complicated and hard because of our fear of them. If we don't fear them and we greet them and say, hey, come on, let's learn this, help me, then they'll come in and they'll show you and you'll learn it and it'll be done just that quickly. And grace in your life, as you have it with the chanting of the names and just the grace of God is with you and that loving, that can wipe the slate clean. You don't even have much to learn because it'll just be learned for you.
The easy way to see where your karmas are, good or bad, is just to look at your experience and your reactions. So just in your relationship with your husband, that when you see yourself in reaction or those areas you want to avoid in your relationship, those are often pointing to where the karmic lessons are. And I'm not going to call them good or bad, because karma is just unlearned lessons. And it's just going in there to learn the lesson. It's just that a lot of the times it's uncomfortable, and so we'll avoid it. But there's always a reason why. And here's a simple one. So as children, we look to our parents to get their loving, and that is usually by their attention. So when they don't give us attention, or they yell at us, or something's going on, wherever we feel rejected, that those are usually the areas in which now, in that hurt, we shut down or we try to get answered or fulfilled to get their love again. But if we don't get it as children, then we'll carry it into our later life and our relationships and our spouses and all of that. So in this case, I could say, if you look at whatever your relationship is with your husband, there's more than likely some similarities with what you went through with your father. And if part of that is trying to get their love, then all you got to do is look at that. In other words, what do you do to get their love, and what do you not do to get their love? In other words, what do you avoid? Because a lot of the time, just like the previous question, a lot of time we will avoid the uncomfortable conversations or situations because we don't want to upset somebody, because if we upset them, they're going to reject us and we're not going to get their love. Just like as we were kids, if we did something where our parents got upset with us, we'll often carry that later on, that we'll do things to avoid getting our partners upset with us. But yet there's where our lessons are, because those are the areas that are not loved. Loving fulfills everything. So we've got to open the doors to let the loving into those parts of our consciousness where we close the doors through reaction. Ultimately, we have to give that love to ourselves. Until then, we're going to seek it in the world through our relationships. And that's often where we will sacrifice those parts of ourselves that are needing love, but we're too afraid to do anything because of the reaction it'll cause in other people. See how this ties together? The very thing we want, we will avoid out of fear of being rejected or not getting accepted, because then we won't get their love. And if they leave us, the fear of loss, if they leave us, well, then we won't be having any love at all. But that's where we sacrifice ourselves, because we're afraid of them leaving us, because to us, they're our source of love. And if I don't have them, then what do I have? So yes, this can be scary. Yes, this is risky to have an honest conversation, because it risks losing that source of loving. I should say that assumed source of loving, because the truth is it's not our source of loving. Nobody's our source of loving. Our source of loving is our own soul, which is God within us. But we've got to be willing to risk losing or letting go of what we deem as the source of loving outside of us. But the way to do that is what we've been sharing. One, the meditation, practicing LAF. Ultimately, it's about self-love, loving yourself, allowing God to love you. And then you can do exercises like what Jim just shared on the other one with carrying a journal around, right in that journal, to write down these different voices where you sacrifice yourself, where you love yourself. Start becoming more aware, in other words, of the patterns you're running in yourself, of what you're doing with your thoughts and feelings, as well as your actions and reactions in your relationship, both within yourself. Really, it's all about within yourself, but within yourself with the outer relationship. That's where it's going to give you the greater clarity or awareness of where you need to work inside of yourself. The nice thing is, the more you start filling yourself with loving, that starts to fill that, and little by little, the fear that you have of rejection out here with somebody else, it just starts to dissolve. It goes away. It'll transform every single relationship. And then you may not even need to have any outer conversation. That's just something I do because I found it's effective the way I do it. And it makes things clear to me. I use it as a tool to support myself in my inner kingdom work. But people like Jim does it all internally through journaling and meditation and being aware. It's okay however you work it. It's just working it. So that's really the how-to, regardless if it's with mom or dad, regardless if it's male or female. And just like Jim was saying, ultimately you need to realize the karma's not with other people. The karma's all inside of you. You don't have to have any one particular person outside of you to work through your karma. The person, whoever the person is, whether it's mom or dad or a husband or a wife or a brother or a sister or a coworker, male or female, or a friend, male or female, whoever's in front of you is going to be there as an outer reflection to help point this up inside of your own consciousness. So the karma is not with them. It's all within yourself. They're just going to be an outer mirror that through your relationship, it's going to stir these things within you to call your attention. Because where our attention goes is where our love goes. But we've just got to now open the doors to let our loving go to those deeper places where we shut the doors. That's what I'm saying. That's what the journaling exercises are that Jim's talking about. That's everything we do with the LAF and the Laugh Workbook. That's why we do all those. That's why we have all those things to do that. And so some of it is also be willing to let go of your previous education around what you've been taught or what you learned, what others have said about karma and karmic lessons. Because in hearing your question, I hear some of the old previous group belief systems running in you, and those just get in the way. You notice we don't do things what we learned previously, because those are often based upon good and bad karma, based on evil, based on wrongness, based on fear. We don't do that here. That's the other group. That's what most people in the world do. They base it on fear. We don't base anything here on fear. We base it all on love and spirit. And you have to take that approach in order to bring the love into fear. If you base it upon other belief systems, then you're always going to be fighting fear. And that's what the previous group was doing. And that's what most people in the world do, is they fight fear. We don't fight fear here. We surrender to it. We love it. We bless it. We accept it. And then we just forgive it in ourselves whenever we're in reaction with it. That's what we do here. That's what truly transforms it and sets us free from it. That's what this is about anyway. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. And if there's a little more, another question, if we have time, you can go ahead and write in as a follow-up, and we'll see if we have time to get to it or not. But hopefully that may be answered enough with everything we share.
Okay, dear Jim and Brian, thank you for your wonderful sharings today. I recently dreamed that I excitedly got noodles with my dad in Hawaii, my childhood place. And I ran excited to the ocean, not worried if my dad wanted to go or not. I jumped in the water that was beautiful, and it tossed me around a bit, but laid me back safe on the wet sand. Later in the dream, people from my past were there at a gathering, and I was interested in interacting, but had to throw up all the noodles I ate with my dad instead. And they were very long, and there were a lot. When I was awake, I had an awareness that the noodles represented how my dad had a lot of unworthiness and felt he needed to prove himself, and we needed to prove ourselves and be impressive in the world to be enough.
Nice.
This helped me let go to a degree more, and my boss at work didn't have that over me that day. Brian said that how my boss puts people down is the old way, negative versus positive reinforcement. And that day I asked my boss a question about what he showed me, and he said, "That's the old way, but the old way isn't always right." I was I was shook because that's what Brian said. And I responded to my boss that it isn't that, sorry. I responded to my boss that it's got him pretty far. And he said it's got him this far. He seemed frustrated, and I was nice to him, and we left for the day in good spirits. I had another dream where a young boy with brown skin was in a swimming competition, and he didn't know how to swim, and he was the only one in the competition. He was not worried at all, but was excited. He started in the middle of a deep swimming pool and didn't even try to swim. He was relaxed and slowly started to sink, and adults immediately swam to him and helped him up and swam him to the finish at the edge of the pool, and he was joyful and successful and didn't have to prove anything. I still have a feeling of relying on what I thought of myself being good at to help me prove myself in the world. But I'm doing new things and have more to learn, and that's not enough to prove myself, which makes me afraid, so I still haven't let go. In Brian's talk today, I knew I had to just be humble and surrender and bow down to God and live that and let it unfold. In the wrap-up meditation, I gave God the part of myself that doesn't feel like enough, which I've done a lot, and placed in God's hands and invited God into it. But this time I listened and heard that God really wanted that part of me and really loves that part of me exactly how it is. If either of you have feedback on any of this moving forward, I would be happy to hear it. Thank you so much.
Nice. I mean, literally all I have to do is give a congratulations and say, wow, what a wonderful sharing. You got it. You're doing it. That's the awareness. These are the things these are the karmic lessons. This is the learnings right there. The whole thing of proving oneself and being aware of that and having the inner experiences to show you, and your understanding of those inner experiences is phenomenal. And if anything, I really loved that second dream there where the boy sank, and yet the help that came and literally carried him and is all good, right? Well, that is a great example of what we go through here in this world, is that we are trying to, in a sense, win the race. And the race is only with us. It's not really with other people. It's only ourselves. And the truth is, of ourselves, we'll just sink to the bottom. But when we have the assistance of the spiritual help that God gives us, well, how many times have you heard me say that one day, Jim says one day you wake up and realize you've been in the heart of God. Well, I've said, to go along with that, one day you're also going to wake up and realize you've been sitting in the hand of God even while you've been going through all the sinking to the bottom. Well, that's the hand of God that brings you home to God. And that's the hand of God, just like this experiences that often will appear as other people, helpers, teachers, guides, all of that. And that's what we do here. We learn to surrender. And to surrender, we have to be humble. We won't do it. If the ego's too proud, if the ego's too afraid, it won't do that, and it'll just sink. Or at the very least, it'll do the competition of trying to compete against others, which is what? Trying to prove itself. That's what competition is. It's just trying to prove. It's all competition is one ego against another trying to prove itself. That's all it is. Spirit has nothing to do with competition. Spirit is only a process of cooperation, not competition. Cooperation, which is a co-partnership. And that's key. So your inner experiences are a wonderful demonstration, and your awarenesses and what you're learning in all this is fantastic. It's what happens. It's how it works. I love it. And those inner experiences are just phenomenal, really demonstrating to you. And the fact that you're able to interpret that and have the awareness and then work with it. And then I love it too when it shows up in the reflection in the world around you and your own day-to-day experiences, to literally see it playing out like that. That was an awesome experience with your boss. That, I mean, my God, you can't get it much clearer that from the inner experience to the outer experience. So right on track. So thank you for sharing. I mean, from the inner to the outer, wonderful examples of exactly learning our lessons, fulfilling them, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to fulfill ourselves, and part of that fulfillment looks like learning the lessons, which is really just coming to greater awareness and awakening of what we're going through here in this journey.
That's good. I have nothing to add.
Cool. Very nice.
Dear ones, I have long been fearful about my health and well-being, although my life has been very free of anything serious or debilitating. I have really had only nuanced challenges here and there thus far in my life: allergies, depression, anxiety, and a little minor surgery. All of these things are unpleasant, but not life-threatening or restricting of my behavior or physical capabilities in any significant way. I'm now reaching to the point of my life, 7th decade, where I'm coming into a place where life often deals human beings more physical challenges, and I'm worried about what my reaction will be when this happens. I realize I'm buying trouble, worrying about such challenges before they're actually before me to deal with, but the anxiety I described above makes this difficult to navigate past such things. I have a medical exam coming up that worries me, but I've been advised to put the outcome in God's hands. I remember how Jim has described his reaction to cancer diagnosis and other physical challenges, and I don't know that I would be able to be so God-centered and accepting of such a situation were it to arise. I know I'm being watched over and protected as a sound and light initiate, but still there is a lot of fear and trepidation around how to effectively apply loving, accepting, and forgiveness to such a scary life event. Anything either of you could say to expand on what I had already been shared about this would be most helpful. Much love and light, uninitiate.
One thing I'll say is I think you're going to surprise yourself if something does come up. You're more centered, more balanced, more holding to the greater inner truth than you might even believe. And I think that if somebody does come up with something for you and you have to face it, I think you'll handle that in a much better way than you're concerned about right now. I think that you've got it and it'll happen. not you have cancer, you, and it'll happen. You've got the inner knowing, the inner balance, and that'll continue to be.
Amen to that.
Okay, one body, one soul. This is a different person. Hello, I love you all so much. Powerful sharings. One body, one soul, one soul, one body. Is it that I am a thought of God's playing out the will of God inside the heart of God? And so, has anything ever begun yet? Or does it just end where it begins, as in nothing ends because nothing has begun? Your loving initiate.
There's a beginning, a middle, and an end. And in that, it's a movement, it's a continuation, and the end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. That's my answer. It's, it's the mind trying to figure things out. The mind is ever going to be trying to tear pieces apart and figure it out and put it back together and make it look the same and everything. And there is nothing you have to think out, figure out, understand. It is what it is, and you're coming to the greater knowing of what it is, and you're allowing what is. So just allow in the moment what is, and that's all that matters. You don't have to know where it began and how it's going to end. You just have to know, where am I right now? Who am I right now? What am I doing right now? Why am I acting this way? Why am I reacting this way right now? And there's the answer. There's the solution, all in one.
Instead of one body, one soul, we have one soul, one God. The soul is in the body of God.
Yeah.
We'll just focus on that. That's just a drop or a cell within the body of God, ever circulating, ever loving, ever experiencing, ever moving. No beginning, no the end.
And if you're aware of self in God at that level, then there is nothing else. You'll just be in God, and you'll be in the peace and joy and in the movement and creativity of God.
This is an area where it is literally just words, and there's no way to answer that. All I know is that when I experience the beingness of loving compared to the movement of loving, that in God, in the expression, in the creation of God, there's experience. But when you go back into God's beingness before creation or expression, that's the only place that is true beingness. And there is no experience. That's the weird thing. It's non-experiential. You can't even wrap your head around that, because the mind only knows experience. The beingness of God is non-experiential. It's just pure beingness. In other words, there's no doingness, there's no creation, there's no expression, there's none of that. Pure beingness. Again, just words, but call it the ultimate truth if you want. But one day you'll wake up and you'll know, because you'll be in it. And that's true being and knowing. There's no other way it's just nothing other than that.
Okay, often during meditation with these meetings or LAF meetings, I find that I fall into a state that is not quite asleep, where I'm hearing your voices intermittently in the background, almost asleep and having difficulty waking up. Today, during this experience, I had a quote unquote dream in which I was trying to wake up but could not, and during this attempt, I would find myself seeing double or unable to focus and have to sit down or lie down again. I'm describing what was in the dream. I would find myself viewing the same part of a wall where I was sitting and unable to see where I actually was trying to focus and move. I would lose balance and have to sit down. In addition, I saw 2 dogs that were mine and another dog that belonged to a visitor at this event where I was in the dream. But I could see dog poop lying all around, and I wanted to get up and pick it up to dispose of it, but whenever I tried to get up to do that, I would lose my focus and balance again and have to sit down. At one point, there was a person that tried to help me get up to do this, but I still was unfocused and off balance. Finally, my younger brother came and noticed that the poop had been gathered into piles, and I was trying to tell him that these were from all the poop that was scattered around. That was scattered around. The visitor that had brought her dog told me that her dog had a different colored poop. And I pointed out,
Definitely my kind of humor.
and
Brian.
I pointed out some poop that was lighter in color than the others, so that this must have been from her dog. I also noted I was observing from outside at one time and was worried that I had let her dog out and it would be lost. But then I saw a small black dog scamper back inside. I think overall I was trying to wake up to focus on your voices I could hear in the background, but was so physically tired and caught up in all the poop that I could not do it. Now I'm awake mostly. I hope Brian enjoys all the poop references. What is the meaning of this type of experience of not quite being at the meetings yet hearing voices in the background and eventually coming to, and specifically this one in which I'm trying to collect the poop and being dizzy and unfocused and off balance every time I tried to get up? Thank you so much for all you do.
What a shitty experience, man. To me, this one is kind of a simple. So, and pun intended, we've all got our crap, and so does everybody else. And our relationships with other people. So the dogs represent basic self. It's often the physical, emotional stuff where all of our crap is, and we're all sharing our crap with each other, leaving it around everywhere. And at some point we have to clean it up. And in cleaning it up, sometimes we organize it first into different piles. But that's literally what goes on. We'll organize it in our thoughts, our feelings, and eventually get around to cleaning it up. When we're still learning in that process and shifting our awareness from one level to another, it takes time to adjust. And when you try to do it too soon, you can get literally dizzy, cross-eyed, whatever in that. So to me, that's saying that you're shifting your awareness to these other aspects of self. And to me, this is also you inside of yourself looking at how to handle your own poop, literally, and other people's. Because in your relationships, and all of us in all relationships, that's what we're constantly doing, is looking, how do we handle our karmas and how do we handle other people with what they bring to us or leave around us. And that's the dogs, the cats, or whatever, the basic selves, that part of us that's in the world. And that's where the karmas are. So to me, this dream experience is literally showing you that what's going on inside of you is seeing what's going on, what is yours, what is other people's. And to me, that's the detail of looking, is really, now you've heard Jim in the past to say in the past talk about learn what is yours and what is others, and eventually you'll see what is others and to give that back to them or to let it go. So you really first separate, in a sense, what's yours, what's theirs, so you don't take on somebody else's, in other words. Because a lot of times we'll take on other people's stuff or poop, and then we'll personalize it, and then it becomes about us when it's not even ours to begin with, which causes more confusion and doubt and fear. And once we've had enough, we'll finally go through our hissy fit or whatever we do to finally regurgitate and throw it up and get it out of our system or through the other end. But eventually it gets worked out. And so to me, this is you starting to really get another clarity now of yours and other people's stuff. And then in that, seeing that you're just about ready to take responsibility for your own and really let others have responsibility for theirs, as well as maybe even being able to assist other people by cleaning up yours, and then, if anything, helping to clarify what is theirs. And that's a good thing, obviously. You're learning, to take responsibility for it, but also in that process, again, there is that awareness and shifting and all that. And there can be, of course, some of the avoidance, because sometimes when we start seeing our stuff and other people's stuff, it can be uncomfortable, disgusting, stinky, whatever. We don't want to deal with that stuff. So we, in our consciousness, will do whatever we do, fall asleep, go unconscious, get dizzy, somehow not be able to handle it yet. And that's okay. That's just an adjustment period. At some point, we'll adjust, the dizziness will go away, we'll be able to kind of see straight. And then when we do, we'll be ready, and then we'll go take care of it. So to me, you're just in a transition. It starts first with awareness, then a level of, in a sense, preparation and organization. And then when we're really ready, we'll just go do it. And that inner experience is kind of laying that out as far as the way I would interpret it. And you?
No, I think that was a good interpretation.
And obviously a funny one, but yet the truth of what's going on. What do you think, Kels?
Awesome.
Really?
I like the funny ones.
Yeah.
It makes it fun. It's letting go. I love that.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Okay, next one. Okay, so I want to try and share some of my experience, even though I feel it's stretching me before I ask the question. Just as I would be scared to share in shame or embarrassment in the past, I feel afraid to share this as it's so sacred to me. Thank you for being here for me. I have been physically prostrating before God and the form of you two as my living masters for the last few years on a daily basis. I literally physically prostrate as a way to humble myself and let go and receive God's love for me and the clearing that happens. For the record, I just do this in my bedroom, not out on the street or in public. I'm not a total weirdo. As I do this physically and I focus in and up at the seat of the soul, I used to experience myself prostrating below a white light in front and above me. Then over time, it became me prostrating directly in front of the ball of white light. However, in the last few weeks, I've been having a different experience inside myself as I am doing it. I am being raised up and I see myself like stood up before the loving white light in front of me. It stretched me as I'm uncomfortable in the humiliation and humility of bowing, if I'm honest. However, I've been trying to relax into it and allow myself to be moved and to truly stand in the peace and loving that happens in doing so. Now it's starting to go back and forth. One day or one time of the day, I might be prostrated inside, and other times I will be standing inside in front of the white light. And then at the final meditation at the end of the talk, I heard it is time to step forward, and I was just bawling inside as I felt the loving floating me and beginning to move me forward. I want to check that this is not my imagination, as I know in the beginning, a few years ago, I did feel I was sort of imagining it to get going. But now, for quite a while, it feels very real and a genuine experience, partially because I can't make it happen. My other question is, what is the difference between standing before God and prostrating or bowing before God? I've heard you mention there is a purpose for each in other talks, but I'm curious now for greater clarity of what each is about. No matter what the feedback, I'm clear I just want to move forward and get free. Thank you for love. Thank you for your loving service to the God in me.
Yeah, you just start or you
Yeah,
want to?
go ahead.
So one of the things I want to, I guess, clarify is the main thing is that whatever we do is that it somehow serves us, okay? Sometimes we've got to do things over and over like an affirmation until it produces results. And over time, it's either going to work and produce results or it's not. And then when that time comes, we'll see what the results are or lack of the results. So to answer the first part of is this my imagination or, real experience? Well, it can be both. It can be beginning with the imagination. In other words, visualizing prostrating or visualizing bowing down if we're doing it internally. Obviously, you mentioned you're doing it physically as well. So that's not imagination, that's actually a physical action. But I'm talking about imagination, like today in the guided meditation, I said, if you don't see the purple light, visualize the purple light, right? Because in visualizing it, it helps to prepare a place. And once we've done it enough, all of a sudden it'll open up and then we'll have the actual real experience. That's what I hear you doing here, is that it's a practice you've done over and over that may have started with imagining it, but in the repetition of that, you created the space in your consciousness where now it's a spiritual reality for you, because in doing that, it's opened a door for you to actually now move into the experience. That's what matters. And that's what I hear and what you're sharing. And that's really pretty awesome, because that's what we're doing here, whether it's purple light or whether it's affirmations or no matter what it is. And if anything, doing it even with your physical body, that's a way to get all of you behind it, right? Just like love God with all your body, mind, heart, and soul. Well, to meditate, we've got to do our body and then our mind, heart, and soul by doing the chanting, the focus, everything we do. So to me, that's putting your body, in other words, your soul and your body on the line, so you get the full benefit, the full result through every level of your consciousness. And that's what matters, is based on what your actual results are, I shouldn't even say results, what your experience is. And if your experience is the movement of loving and the Holy Spirit and the peace, the joy, all those qualities of spirit that come with it, right there is letting you know you're on track. If that's not happening after doing that for a while, it's letting you know, okay, this isn't working for me, I'll do something else. And to me, I hear it's working for you. In other words, base it on your experience, because each of us has got to find what works for us, right? That's the key here. If you keep doing something though based on imagination, like say it's something you've done, like, we've heard Jim and I talk about like 90 days. If you've been doing it like a year or two and there's not a real movement of loving or peace, or you see the purple light showing up and it's just your imagination, well, you've been doing a long time and there's not a real experience spiritually, I'd say it's time to let it go. But again, it's all based on your experience, not upon what anybody else says. That's up to you, in other words, to confirm and validate that for yourself. In other words, I'm trying to give you permission to give yourself permission, but to pay attention so you don't mislead yourself. And just like my talk today, you've got to allow yourself the space to learn from your experience so you see what works for you and what doesn't. That's the key in all of this. And that's what I hope the messages I'm getting across here, so that I'm not just trying to validate or tell you based upon what I'm hearing, what I think. I don't want to give opinions here. I want to support you and actually your experience of all this. That to me is the most important thing, because then you have that to rely on and trust within yourself. And I love that you do weird things, as you said, but not too weird. Yeah, because that's called taking care of yourself. So you test the waters and see what's really working and getting the benefit for yourself. I've got a little more to say, but I want to go ahead and let Jim go ahead and.
Well, prostrating has been a very important factor in mystical practice, and it goes back for centuries and centuries. The prophets in the Bible are said to have they would fast for 40 days, and they would prostrate themselves before God every day and every night in all their prayer sessions, because it set up inside of them a humility and an openness and a vulnerability to God, to allow the Spirit of God to move upon them, which was the Holy Spirit, so that they could prophesy and serve humanity. And that process has continued on into today. And it's actually also continued through the older Christian Orthodox Church. The priest often will prostrate themselves, and the monks for sure, every day they prostrate themselves before God, but in humility, in loving, not in pride, not in saying, look what I do. It's in total humility and loving. And they don't do it necessarily to be prophets. They do it for their own revelation, their own awakening in spirit. And that's really what it's supposed to be for. So if you're doing it and you're having results, that's the thing to be doing. If you're not having results, then you might want to adjust it a little bit and see if you can find that rhythm that really will work for you. And if it doesn't happen, then I would move on and find something, another way of doing your meditation and bowing before God.
Kelsey, was there something else in there? I feel like there's a part we didn't answer or talk to yet.
Let me look real quick.
Okay.
My other question is, what is the difference between standing before God and prostrating or bowing before God? I've heard you mention there's a purpose for each in other talks, but I'm curious now for greater clarity.
So, all right, so I'm gonna the thing is just to bow or prostrate and then leave the rest up to God, okay? Because then God will do the rest. It's up to God. Our job is to open ourselves to God, to become vulnerable for God. And that's what prostrating and bowing is. It's just surrendering, becoming vulnerable. And that's all we have to do. When we do that, then that's basically giving ourselves to God. Once we do that, then God will take care of the rest. And if and when God stands you up before God, that's because that's God bringing you forward into your awakened soul body. Okay? It's what I call the Christ form, the awakened soul. But it's God that does that, in a sense, brings you into that standing before God. And if you try to do that in your own mind and imagination, you're just going to get in the way. That's why you don't hear us talk about that Um, it's really the true spiritual action, the sacred action is the bowing down, and the rest happens by God doing it. That's different from standing in our truth. Standing in our truth is kind of more of a worldly way of saying in this physical creation, we're going to honor the truth of who we are first before the world. So standing in our truth is different than standing before God. I hope that's clear. When it comes to truly just the inner action before God, it's just the bowing down. And then God takes care of the rest. In this world, sometimes we have to stand in our truth or in our own loving in order to free ourselves from the world. That's a different action than bowing before God. Okay? In other words, we got to take the power back that we gave to the world by bringing it back to ourselves. That's standing in our truth. And then as we go up to God, it's now bowing before God. All right? So it's kind of like one step and then another step. They're two different things, but they both serve that purpose of now empowering us back into our soul body, and then letting God now really do the full empowerment and bringing us fully awake. But that's all done in spirit. That's not a mental, emotional, or physical action that we can even do on this level. That's truly up to God to do on the spiritual levels. Is there anything else you'd add to that?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Jim. Oh, this is about third eye. Jim, what are the 3 different parts of the third eye? Please describe what is present in each part. How do we know what part of the third eye we are in when we are there? How can we utilize the energies of each part of the third eye for our growth and enlightenment? Thank you.
Well, the top third is ever focused upward and focused upon God. And if we want to have our third eye, in a sense, really active and open, we want to do that first. Because if you seek first the kingdom of heaven, all else will be given unto you. But if you seek all these different parts, you're going to get stuck in one or the other before you get to the top. So I would say ever focus on God first and place your loving and your devotion from the upper third of the third eye, focusing on God and focusing upward. It's that upward focus that will make all the difference. And when you're focused upward, it automatically raises the vibration of the other 2/3 of the eye to look up and open up so that it's open in the right direction. Because the third eye has 3 different components. The first is the lowest, and it's ever focused down into the world. Ever focused down into the world. And that's the first gaze. The second gaze is straightforward, and that's into the psychic realms. So that's where a lot of the psychic ability happens, is gazing upon the forward gaze. But the forward gaze does not take you into spirit, does not take you into liberation, and doesn't really take you into the higher understanding. It takes you into the metaphysical mumbo jumbo that exists out there, and it's just around and around in circles it'll take you. And so I would say seek first the kingdom of heaven, meditate upon God first, focusing upward to the top part of the third eye, which is what we recommend always. We always say, go to the top of the head, go to the top of the spiritual eye, and focus upon God. And then everything else will unfold naturally. I hope that answers it.
Yep.
Okay, 2 more. Are you good to take 2 more?
Sure.
Okay. Special needs son, Karma. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, my special needs son struggles with his relationship slash non-relationship with his father. I realize this is his karma with his dad. He has had very sporadic communication in the last years. At this time, it is non-existent. His dad doesn't communicate anymore. My son struggles every day with the loss of his dad. He says, "My dad loves me." I struggle with his pain with the loss. We moved away when he was 4 years old. He is now 34. I know it is his karma. Is there a way to help him find peace? Or do I have to continue to let him work through his feelings and karma? Because I am an initiate, does that help him in his walk with spirit? In gratitude, thank you.
Yeah, because you're an initiate, the grace is definitely with your son and assisting him in all ways. There are maybe things that he has to learn in this, but help him to understand that his father doesn't have the capacity to really show love for him in the way that he longs for it, because he can't understand or can't deal with the process that the son is having, because it just is something foreign to him, and he doesn't want to have to learn about it and deal with it and really open his heart to it. That's all it is. He just needs to open his heart and let the loving flow, and then he would appreciate and love and honor the child, but he just isn't open to that. And I don't know if there's ever a way to force somebody to do that. So it's better to accept the fact that the father is not going to be there for him like the son wants him to be, and accept the father for what he is and how he is, and just move on in your life. Do you have anything?
I think it's really better to do what Jim was just sharing, because the more one, you yourself can come into acceptance with it, it just opens a door for more loving to go to your son. Your own worry or concern or reactions around that can get in the way or lessen it. So the more you can come into acceptance and yourself with the situation, the better it's going to assist your son, the more it'll assist him. And the greatest learning is always through example. So the more you can do this in yourself, your son will learn through your example.
That's good.
And because it's not something you can do for him, it's something you can do within yourself, and then he can have the example, and that'll do more for him than you trying to do something for him. And it's part of life experience, because if he can witness you coming into self-love, no matter what the situation, he'll start to learn how to do that for himself in his situation. And that's really the key in all this. And sure, you can teach them the meditation and the hue. You can teach them about, loving, accepting, forgiving. Sure, you can share all that with him, no question. You just can't make him do it or get it. But again, this is why living it yourself and being the example is the best thing we can do for anybody. And people are going to learn by our example. And let it be okay. The more you can let things be okay, guess what? The more things will be okay. That's what it boils down to. If people understood what I'm saying now, people would worry a lot less, and then they'd get out of the way and let more love happen. It's all of our worry and our judgments of the situations that gets in the way and just keeps perpetrating it. If we stop judging it or thinking it's wrong or bad, it would dissolve. Literally, things only stay there because we feed them. When we stop feeding something, it dissolves. So stop feeding it from your end and just allow him his process. If anything, support him. Just say, I understand you're hurt. I understand you're going through. I feel for you. And just do the best you can to demonstrate acceptance and forgiveness and loving, even for his father. Just forgive. If you're holding anything against the father, then forgive him. And if you want, do as an open process where you forgive him in front of your son, so your son can see how you're practicing forgiveness, and that he might begin to see how he can do it himself as well. In other words, like when Kelsey does her laugh class, or if we ever, like on the website, we have the laugh course. Do the course with your son. Both of you go through it. And I don't know if you can write or talk. If you can't write, then read him the questions and let him do the best he can with it. At least by going through the motions and the actions, on some level, he's going to get it, is what I'm trying to say. And that's the most important thing, is just by going through the actions, both within yourself and whatever he can participate with some of the tools and exercises we have presented, then that can definitely support him and help him in his process to whatever degree. And if he's not able to do much of that, play one of the forgiveness meditations for him, even when he's sleeping, let alone, but if he's willing to meditate, during the day with you or something, play one of the guided meditations on forgiveness with him, and do it yourself and invite him to join you and let him have his experience. That's the only other thing I guess I would say with that.
And I'll say that he's aware of the hue from what I can see. So that's good.
Cool.
He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
Okay. All right, last question. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Thank you for your steady, loving service. This question is about the type and quality of love that I am giving or sending to God. When I first started doing this meditation, it felt like I had nothing to give. I was just forced and didn't feel very loving. Oh, it was just forced and didn't feel very loving. After I had a powerful spiritual experience of God or something godlike, however, there was a flow of immense gratitude towards God or whatever was the source of this experience. Sometimes I can access this gratitude as the fuel for my loving, but sometimes I can't. Sometimes my loving is more of a yearning, and this seems not to be very loving. And to be honest, even the gratitude-based loving seems transactional. I love you because you gave me something amazing. So my question is about how I don't seem able to give my loving freely to God without a subtle energy of wanting something back or gratitude of having gotten something. I'd like my loving to be pure giving, but it doesn't seem to be, but it don't seem to be capable of this just yet. Does it matter? Will it develop over time to become less selfish? Or is just the intention of loving enough, even at those times when I don't feel very loving at all? With thanks and gratitude.
The intention is really important because in that is the greater truth of who you are and what you're wanting to do. And in times that'll change into an actual beingness. It just takes time. So the more you can do it with intention and from intention, the more it'll open to just being that. And I wouldn't worry about maybe attaching other thoughts that you would like to have happen in your life or whatever. It happens. That's just part of the human nature. Let it be okay. God's not going to be put off by it. God knows how we work. God knows what the body wants, the mind wants, and the soul wants. And God ultimately will feed the soul and nurture the soul. and assist the soul in letting go of the mind and that reactiveness and that wanting. So just do what you're doing. There's no secret formula. I wish there was. I'd definitely give it to you. It's just a process of every day, just spend time loving God, and eventually that will open up into a greater flow again, to where you have more and more awareness of God in that way you had before.
Sometimes these things may start off what seems like more self-centered, but it's important to understand when we're self-centered, it's usually because we're really lacking something. So we've got to feed that part of us and fill it up with loving. Once it's full, then it'll shift. So if right now you're still filling it up, keep filling it up. At some point when it's really full, it'll turn and go the direction you want. The fact that you're even aware of that right now tells me it's already in a process of doing that. And I don't know if you've heard the old phrase. I remember when I was a kid, the old hand pumps, like down to a water well, you have to pump this kind of handle, but in doing it, you have to pour water into the spout while you're pumping it. It's called priming the pump. That's kind of what we're doing here. In the beginning, you're putting loving into it and priming the pump in order for it to feed it to finally get water out of it, okay? So by doing what you're doing, you're priming the pump, and you just keep doing it until it starts producing water on its own. And so you've got to just fill yourself up with that loving. And if it seems selfish, or whatever, that's okay. Just let it be that way right now and do what you need to do. And at some point it'll just shift. It's just a step-by-step process. There's a natural way this just unfolds, in other words. And when it's time to shift or change, it just does. You can't stop it, you can't control it, it just does. And kind of like life, we think we're in control, but then things happen that we have no control. So the nice thing is, though, that if you're doing the meditation, you don't have to try to control anything. You just do it, and then it'll just change and transition over time. And each part of the journey is important. Each step of the way, we're really fulfilling whatever lessons are there for us to fulfill. At some point, everybody goes through insecurities, self-centeredness, selfishness, selflessness, to everything, the good, the bad, all of it. And it's all part of the journey. The way to fulfill that is to accept and to love ourselves through it all. That's what fulfills it. And that's what primes the pump. So love yourself if you're selfish, love yourself if you're selfless. We're going to go through all of it. Just keep doing the loving no matter what's going on and wherever you're at. And when it's time to shift, it'll literally shift. And you don't even want to try to control it. Just let it unfold. It just kind of does it itself. That's the nice thing with loving. It'll fulfill itself, because loving seeks loving. And so we'll see it in practical ways. Like I said, the fact that you're even aware of this and talking about it is how it looks in practical ways as it's transitioning. So more than likely, you're already in the transition, and give it a little time, you'll start to see it now flowing in new ways for you, like what you're wanting. It's a lot easier too, not trying to control things, but literally, pun intended here, going with the flow.
Okay, well, that was the last one.
Very good. Well, thank you all very much. Great sharings, great questions. Very exciting, actually, just to hear how people are doing, where they're at. And, it doesn't matter if you're beginning or way down the line. We're all one and the same in God. God doesn't see us as beginners and as losers, as winners, as on the track or at the head of the track. God just sees us as a loving being and loves us just as we are, just as we are. And that's where the whole idea of acceptance is. You accept people just as they are. You don't qualify anything with them. You just accept them as they are and then see how you want to place them in your life, actively or non-actively. And so God will ever treat us equal. Everyone is equal. Everyone is the same. Everyone is a child of God. And there's no better child of God than others. And there's no number one, number two, number three. There's just you. And that's how God sees it in that moment. So thank you all so much for sharing. This has been just heartfelt for me. It feeds me. What you ask and what you share just feeds my soul. So thank you.
Well, that was a nice, heartwarming sermon.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to just end it on that note because that was awesome. Just thank you, everybody. Love you. And it's just good to be here today with y'all. And we'll look forward to the next one.